January 13th, 2015, and this is a meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, Deputy Commissioner O'Brien, and myself, Secretary Held. The next regular meeting dates are Tuesday the 27th. February meeting dates are the 10th and the 24th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available at our other office locations. Items we called and the orders are signed in. However, we have a first item being called. Then we're going to go to Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City, and then we'll proceed with the remaining order. Karen, you have no announcements? First item is number 8, 174 Rivington Street Corp.
Good morning, Thomas McCallum on behalf of the applicant. Good morning, Chairman Rosen, Commissioners. Application before you is for a new on-premises liquor license. I have the two applicant principals here, Luke Caracci and Joe Perino. They're here to address any questions, but at this point I'd like to get started with the presentation. I guess the threshold question before us, the Community Board has raised opposition, and in their opposition, the first objection was the 200-foot rule measurement. So as a threshold question, the applicant not only relied on the lamp system, which you may or may not be able to rely on, but in addition they hired a surveyor, which was part of my submissions on the measurement. So I just want to address that.
We've had somebody measure from our office, and we don't see a 200-foot issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so what I'd like to actually move on is really the more substantive end of it. The application itself is for a premises at 174 Rivington Street down the Lower East Side. It's been licensed in the past. It's a relatively small location, long and narrow. We can address that 9 tables, an 11-foot bar. That isn't really substance of this hearing, I anticipate. What I'd like to provide is just some context and chronology to the process and what these two gentlemen have had to experience in attempting to obtain their on-premises license. The applicants submitted an application to the Community Board and appeared at the July meeting. At the July meeting, they didn't have their paperwork in order. There wasn't sufficient outreach. They didn't have the right petition signed. So they were asked to have the matter rolled over to the August meeting, which in fact they did. They appeared at the second meeting with counsel. Thomas Duffy was their attorney, and they appeared at that meeting. And this is really kind of a critical element to it because, as you're well aware, the Community Board is really the first stop on the express to licensing. And what they needed to provide to the Community Board, they were ready, willing, and able. However, as happens, they appeared at the meeting, and they weren't heard until 1 a.m. And when it was time for the applicants to present their case, it's human nature. People are tired and cranky, but that really shouldn't deny them the opportunity to be heard. From what I heard, the matter lasted all of about 10 minutes. A stipulation was prepared. It was presented to them to sign. And it's a stipulation, which you're all familiar with, and it broke down the various conditions. I'm certain you have a copy of it. And they left. They couldn't sign it, and they were a little distressed by it because they really thought they did get short shrift, and they weren't to be heard. Now, again, it is late. People do get tired, but ultimately to be presented a stipulation, it's almost like an adhesion contract. Here you go. This is where we are, and this is all we're going to accept. Move on. And 10 minutes at 1 in the morning clearly isn't what they anticipated. Council had a little dialogue back and forth with the Community Board, and at that point they had asked that, just a reminder, we need to sign stipulation. And the stipulation had laid out all the conditions that they were ready, willing, and able to agree to, and it all broke down on ours. And the Community Board presented a 1 a.m. closing across the board. And that's where we were. They did not sign the stipulation. Application was filed, and the 500-foot rule hearing was scheduled. Council was unable to appear. I was substituted in, and I appeared at that September 500-foot rule hearing. At that hearing, it was cordial. Everyone had an opportunity to speak. And it seemed as if it was the first time we were able to have a substantive dialogue with those, the tenants in the building, and with the Community Board. District Manager Susan Stetzer was there, and everyone went forward and presented their best cases and their best arguments, and it looked as if there was some ground. There was some ground for compromise there, and to ALJ DeLulio's credit, he did attempt to try to broker some kind of compromise, And that's how we progressed. And the conditions in the stipulation, we can agree to all of them and accept the hours. And then it broke down. When it looked like we were making some progress, it just came to an abrupt halt at the 500-foot rule hearing, where at that point, district manager on behalf of the community board stated that hours are non-negotiable. It's 1 a.m. and that's it, non-negotiable. You could feel the air go out of the room. It just kind of deflated, and everybody just, cordially just broke up and agreed to move on. And this is where we are here today. And again, this is an opportunity for the applicants to make their case. And that's why the context and the chronology is important, to give you a sense, because the process can't consist of just 10 minutes and we all kind of hastily move forward with this. Now, the applicants...
I think your 10 minutes are up.
Oh, good try. I got about an hour. All right, so at this point, I want to make that clear. And again, these gentlemen have an investment, but the process shouldn't consist of a series of, the various trip hazards. So what did they do? They had to get the survey. That was expensive. They did the soundproofing. I forwarded the sound engineer's report. Technical, but ultimately the elements that are critical are here. And they're sensitive. The applicants are sensitive. They know they have tenants in the building. They know the community. And they're licensees. They have experience. They've operated. They're not currently licensed, but they have operated. And they just felt that they, in fact, could not sign the stipulation as presented. Really what it comes down to is the stipulation as presented to them is identical to a stipulation presented to the prior licensee on a renewal. It was a prior licensee known as Red Velvet LLC. They were a licensee for a number of years. There were some complaints. They were called into the community board, CB3, and Red Velvet appeared, and they signed a stipulation, which is the mirror image of ours, except those hours on that approved stipulation were for 4 a.m. across the board. So, as it turned out, Red Velvet never renewed their license application. The place went dark. It was a vacant storefront, and the applicants found out about the location, negotiated a lease with the landlord, came forward in good faith, thinking they really had an opportunity, had been formally a 4 a.m. license in the community, and they filed their license application. I've covered how we've gotten to this point today, and they're here to address it, but I think it's critical because it's just flat out arbitrary. I mean, here we were a few months prior, and those hours were approved.
This case is covered by the 500-foot law, so why would it be in the public interest to issue a license with the hours that you're requesting? And are you still asking for 4 a.m.?
No, that conversation, we've had that conversation. But what we're really looking for is hours that can be a compromise that will give them an opportunity to operate. I mean, public interest can be served. There is a distinct quality to this, which I introduced with their method of operation and trying to introduce through their, employee curator some of the hours. But again, you had a licensed location, been licensed for a number of years. It is a 500-foot rule case, but you have responsible operators who are really looking to come in and operate and offer something that is slightly different. There's no doubt about it. The area has opportunities, but they think they can distinguish themselves. It's not going to be an oversized premises. It's going to be better than a vacant storefront, and the public interest will be served by providing an opportunity for other patrons in the area to have some degree of diversity and an opportunity to visit. What we're looking to do is to negotiate and broker an opportunity to have staggered hours. We recognize the quality of life concerns, and they recognize the quality of life concerns. That's why they committed to the soundproofing. They've made the modifications. They do have a very tight stipulation with the community board, but it comes down to the hours. And at 1 a.m., as operators and as their bartender knows that there is, as a lounge, we're not going to disguise it, it's not fine dining, that they're going to be opening at 5 p.m. There'll probably be those patrons who come by, but it's real. I mean, people don't move to the Lower East Side for the bucolic scenery and serenity, and there are people who do go out at night. They go home, they have a bite to eat, they shower, they get all dolled up, and they go out at around 10:30, 11 o'clock, and they'd be compelled to close at 1. They'll fail. They know they're going to fail. And so we're looking to broker something where we could probably have 2 a.m. closing hours on some of the weekdays and come into the weekend period and give them a realistic opportunity to operate, to be able to stay open.
All right. Well, let's hear from the opposition, and we'll get back to you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Susan Stetzer for Community Board 3. First, I want to thank the SLA and the applicant for accommodating our hours. We appreciate it. I'm here with two residents who live in the building. First of all, this location is a problem location. It was previously a problem location. It was kind of very strange for years, for over a year. I got complaints from the residents, and I was working with the 7th Precinct, and they would tell me every time they would try and inspect the place, it was closed. They couldn't understand why people were complaining. We found out what it was, is the residents finally found ads, which I can show you. I have here if you'd like to see them. What it was promoted sex parties, and they had the whole front closed, and but there was a lot of noise. They were using a back entrance. So one of the issues is that this has been a problem location, and it certainly impacted the people in the building. This is over a block east of Hell Square. It's currently still a quiet block. The demographics certainly do show a lot of young people move in because they want to go out at night. However, we also have people with families, kids under 18, and seniors living in the area, and it's in the middle of 3 census tracts, which I have the information on the census tracts that shows who actually lives there. So we do not believe, I think one of the residents will talk briefly about the school entrance, because we actually do believe it is within 200 feet of a school entrance that is used as an entrance. We do not believe they're extending a public benefit. They say they want to sell handbags there and have art on the walls. We have loads of art, and we have loads of expensive handbags in the area already. We don't believe that provides a public benefit. So the issue is late night noise, and we want to keep this block as a currently quiet residential block. We believe that the way we can do that most successfully is with stipulations, not by denying a license. And that's why we're looking at, have asked for 1 o'clock, and I think 1 o'clock is the whole issue. Now, as far as being successful in the Lower East Side, if you look at our agendas, we have now started an administrative approval where we approve wine beer licenses, particularly if they will sign stipulations by to close by 12 o'clock. They don't even have to come to our meetings. And every month now we have, 5 or more generally applicants that will sign this. So there absolutely are people that come to the Lower East Side and open businesses that close by 12. The issue was brought up that we did not ask the same requirement of the previous licensee at the renewal, and that was Red Velvet. And we were told in writing that the prior licensee came before the SLA for a renewal with complaint, and we did not give them a stipulation for 1 a.m. And that's absolutely true. And the reason we didn't is because they already had a 4 a.m. license. And as far as I know, we cannot change a 4 a.m. license to a 1 a.m. license. However, when we have a new applicant coming to us for a 500-foot in a 500-foot case, we believe that gives us an opportunity to deal with late night noise. I would also like to clarify that I cannot negotiate hours. I am representing the board. There's a public process at which people come to the board votes, and in order to change anything, it would have to go back to the board. I cannot negotiate. And I don't, in this case, I don't believe the board actually would change. The other thing I will say about the previous applicant, 174, we did not ask them to close at 1, but what we did is when we got this information, we worked with the precinct, and they were not able to continue operating. So it's not that we thought it was fine for them to be at 4 a.m. So that's basically what I have to say. If the residents could speak briefly.
Good morning. My name is Alessandra Dela Cruz. I live on the 3rd floor, 174 Rivington Street. I face the front. Thank you all for having us, and the applicant as well. I would like to address what their attorney said, claiming that they had 10 minutes to speak at the community board meeting in August. That, yes, it did start around 1:45, 1 a.m., when we all got to go up, and we all waited there for hours since 6:30 p.m., so we were all under the same guise.
When you say we, who else was there besides the applicant and yourself with respect to this matter?
Susan Setzer was there on the community board, the entire community board, 3 members.
Was there anyone else in opposition besides
At
you?
least myself, Ephraim, who will speak, my boyfriend was there, and I think 2 others, my friend Claire from the neighborhood as well. That hearing went about 30 minutes, where we all got to speak. I mean, it was a long discussion. I'd also like to point out that at that meeting, they had a neighbor of ours on the 1st floor who has not lived there when the previous bar was in operation, claimed to say that he had been living there when the previous bar was open, and that he did live on the 1st floor and there wasn't a noise problem. So that brings me to our block. Again, as Susan mentioned, being primarily residential. We have a pizza shop, a coffee shop, 2 hair salons, a hardware store, and Attorney, Ridge, and Pitt Street leads all the way, as you know, to one of New York City's largest public housing, where there is just no more commercial space. It's all residential. Families largely make up our block as well. In our building alone, we have 3 elderly people, 2 of which live on the 1st floor, who, even though they and their daughter, who I'm close with because they had a dog who my dog played with, told me that they were all in opposition of the bar, refused or wouldn't publicly sign our petition that we have over 100 within the direct vicinity signatures in opposition of the bar, a petition that we put together in fear of getting in the way with the landlord. You know, they've lived there a long time. They didn't want to put any kind of pressure on their relationship with our landlord. As well as the elderly woman who lives below me, she didn't want to have that kind of disagreement with the landlord. Also, one of our neighbors is here who lives on the 5th floor in the back, who did sign our petition in opposition to the bar. We believe that this could be a method of persuasion on part of our landlord in order to try and get more in favor for the bar being in the building. There are also 6 bars within a 1-block radius of our apartment, one being directly on the corner of Clinton and Rivington Black Crescent that does serve food and has a full liquor license, that if people do want to go to something, there is plenty of places.
Do you know what their hours are, how
I
late
believe,
they're open?
no, I do not know what Black Crescent's hours are. It's midnight? Yeah, I think it's midnight or 1 a.m. Because they're not open very late, but they are on the corner.
Are there any that are open past 1 a.m.?
I'm sorry.
Is it later?
It's 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock on the weekends.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that late.
Huh?
But they're available there. There are plenty of bars.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ephraim Rosenbaum. I also live at 174 Rivington Street. I should say it's interesting talking about the character of the neighborhood. I've been there for almost 20 years.
Okay, and you're on which floor?
I'm on the 2nd floor, facing
Yep.
the back. And it was actually a lot more bucolic when I moved in there. I mean, I didn't come there looking for, a place to party and dance. I was there, for a place to live and get a job. And it's been very loud there. Every time there's been a bar, there's been kind of a revolving door of owners at the place, getting less and less responsible with each switch, and it's always been loud. Even one owner did a sound check in my apartment to see if it was okay, and it all seemed fine. But DJs can always override, any kind of limiters that you want to put on it. And also, the building is really old, and it's a cheap tenement, so it's extremely difficult, I would say impossible, to soundproof, especially given the size of the bar in question. And it's a quiet neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood. There's kids and seniors. But in terms of the hours, 1 a.m. actually isn't a great result for us, especially for people who have to work, because you don't want to be kept up till 1 a.m. And I don't think any public interest is being served by this at all that isn't already being abundantly served.
So would you be in total opposition to this, or would you be willing to accept a license there with a 1 a.m. closing? Or do you oppose any license there under any circumstances?
Well, it's my belief, and I was going to get to this in a second, with respect to your surveyor, I believe that it must be an error, because I think you can see with your naked eye that the bar is within 200 feet of school entrances, and I have documents that support that.
Well, our investigator went out and spoke with people at the school, and they pointed out what they said were the entrances used by the students. There may be an entrance, but if it's not regularly used by the students, then it doesn't count under the statute.
Sure. I have pictures of students actually entering the entrances in question. So, I mean, I'm not sure exactly how we define regularly.
They actually spoke to the principal at each school, was the one who showed them the entrance to measure from.
Right. But, I mean, I'm just saying that there's documentary evidence of the kids going in. And it wasn't hard to get it. It was just you could stand out there and see that door was open and the kids were coming in and out. I mean, I'm not sure why.
And how do you know that's 200 feet?
From Google Maps, and here, if I may, I'll just.
Yeah.
Starting with actually, I have a couple more.
This is a fresh one. Oh, you have full color.
And the entrances you're talking about are on Rivington?
Let me see what his pictures.
They're on the same street on Rivington?
They are, yeah. Now, the schools do not have a Rivington address, but they are sitting on the corner, which I believe, if I read the law correctly, means.
I'm sorry?
They don't have a Rivington address, the schools, but they sit on the corner, which, if I read the law correctly, in tab A, would count for being on Rivington. And you can see, I think, in the first, you can see that entrance with, on the left, that's Red Velvet, and then on the right is the entrance. Then I've got the Google map, that's 172 feet. And then Exhibit B2, you can see kids, walking right into that entrance.
So what is the address of these entrances?
I believe the PS 140 would have a Ridge Street address, I believe. And the second one, the second school in tab C, Valle Castro, I think that would have an Attorney Street address. And you can see, Exhibit C, that the school entrance is, I mean, with the naked eye, you can see how close that is. And in fact, if you look at the Google Maps, that's 88 feet.
The door that you're referring to
Yes, ma'am.
is across the park. That's the one you're saying, the blue door is the one that the
Correct.
kids you see going in and out?
Yes.
And you said that measures
Right.
200 feet.
And
From the door or to the playground entrance?
Yeah.
the door.
Oh.
I mean, if anybody has Google back there, you can check my map.
I'm on Google right now. I don't know how that's.
Yeah, it's more.
And you can see Exhibit C2, that is the main entrance to PS 142. I mean, there's, with respect to the principal, I'm not sure what they're thinking about, because that is the main entrance. And you can see in Exhibit C5, kids walking into that entrance. And so in Exhibit C3, you can see that's 144 feet away.
Can you get his barrier?
It's right there. His diagram.
I've got his diagram. Can you get him?
Yeah. If he's in, I don't know if he's in. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Whether that's 200 or not. Diagram math, a squared plus plus B squared equals C squared. To calculate the diagonal.
I think you do measure it. I don't think you do. All right, let's see if we can get him. Oh, let's move on to whatever other issues you have. We'll get back to this.
Okay. That mostly, I would just add, there's a bunch of bars, like Barzino closes at midnight, Ghost closes at midnight, Dressing Room closes at midnight, Second Floor in Clinton closes at 1. So I don't think it's undoable. What I'd say is, if this is not facially illegal and being within 200 feet, I'm not thrilled about having a bar there, and I'm not even thrilled about having a 1 a.m. close. That's kind of a hardship. But if it has to be, then that would be the compromise that I would recommend.
All right.
Yeah,
Anything else?
No. That would,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
A couple of points to address, Commissioners. Again, it's important to reflect some kind of perspective. There are
Let's start with the 200-foot issue.
Please.
If you'd address that.
I will address it. I mean, what I'm looking at is it's been a licensed establishment, so this has probably been an issue that's been well vetted. We're looking at a single photo, an isolated snapshot. We don't know if this is an after-school program or a summer camp. We don't know what, in fact, it is. I think the weight should be credited to the principal, who, in fact, can speak on behalf of the school. A single isolated photo without the context and an eyeball measurement and a Google measurement is insufficient to have a declaration. I think that issue has been vetted out, and I don't think it's material at this point. A door can be used. Students can enter a door, but the definition is on regularly used door. And there's been no evidence presented that it's a regularly used door. We have a photograph, a single isolated photograph. So in that perspective, I think we can take that issue off of the table as far as moving forward. Back to the public interest.
You haven't done your own measurement, though, have you?
Well, personally, I haven't, but I've submitted to you. We hired a surveyor, which has been presented. So it's an established survey, a land assignment that has made submissions to this authority regularly. So, the licensee can do so much, to establish that, and that's what we've done. But what I think is important is, and again, a little perspective is, there are 24 tenancies in the building. We have a gentleman here who lives in the building. He's been there for some time. He can speak to, again, the area. But of the 24 tenancies, we had a notice posted in there, and we offered to have the sound testing and measurements done from the apartments. They did all they could, and there was zero response. So, again, is it a war of attrition? Are they trying to run out the clock? But the fact of the matter is, there was an opportunity to have sound testing done. Sound testing, as best we could do, was in the common hallway, and that's been presented to you. It seems as if it's kind of a NIMBY problem, where we've got our block, we're going to protect our block, and we're going to do what, in fact, we need to do, when, in fact, this is a community, it's a public, and there are other needs and interests. Yes?
Can I ask how the applicant came up with all these signatures for the petition? What was the process? How did they go about getting these signatures on the petition?
Sure. I'll have the applicant come up and speak to that. This would be Luca Caracci.
Excuse me? Oh, hi.
Hi, and thank you, everyone, for coming. The signatures we did, we had myself, Joseph, and we had, there was a business owner who was a friend of ours, too, help us get signatures, explaining to the people that what we were doing and what we wanted to do for the community. So it was a community effort. We actually had people that were with us that were bringing, that would talk like people from the building and the other buildings that were bringing people to us to sign it, to help, but they were, helping us get people. We could only reach out to so many people. There's only 2 of us. So we had a lot of help, actually, from the community, bringing people to us to sign it because we were there. Joe was there every day, actually. I wasn't there as much because I'm back and forth from Florida right now. So we did have a lot of help from the community actually helping us get signatures and just telling people, because people really didn't know what was going to be there. It was a vacant place for a while. So the people that supported us were excited about it and told other people. And
the only reason I ask about the signatures is, you have one person Yujin Jung, who signed it 7 times. And then you had somebody else, Haki Adit, who signed it 3 times. And, there's...
That might have been because, like I said, myself and Joseph...
well, it was all on the same date. It was dated July 16th, so...
Oh, that's weird.
Well, all your petitions are dated July 16th, and then Yujin Jung's signature on the first one is a different signature than the other 6 times or 5 times, and then I think the 7th one is a little bit different as well.
I don't...
And then Haki Adit, 3 times on 3 different pages. And then there happens to be a Shinji Sakurada who actually signed for the opposition and then also signed for the petition.
I want to say something about...
I'm just trying to get to the point where, we value petitions and we actually take the time to look at it. And, when we see something 7 times with different signatures, then it's not as of a valid
I totally understand. What ended up happening was, just to explain the background of the signatures, when we first went to the community board, like I said, we weren't prepared. What we did was we had, I wasn't here, Joseph himself went and got signatures. We were told we needed about 50 signatures or so. So we went and we had about 60-something signatures. The problem was, and Joe did them all himself, the problem was when Joe did the signatures, the first sheet has the date on it. Well, what happened was he made photocopies of blank pieces of paper. So when we went to the community board, they didn't accept them. So, which was fine. So they only accept the 11 that were on the first sheet. So when we went back, we only had a little bit of time to get more signatures. So we had, like I said, we had myself, Joseph, Pat, who owns the pizzeria, help us, and then the tenants bringing people in. So that's why it got a little crazy, I guess. But I didn't notice that, to be honest with you, because we were frantic to get signatures and support. So we were talking to a lot of people and telling them what we were doing. So we had, 400-something signatures or whatever. They ended up counting 300 of them. The community board went through them. But that was probably the what happened. But we were kind of frantic, to be honest. We didn't know it was going to be like this. We've owned businesses before. I've never had this issue. I've been in Manhattan before. And we were, just trying to get out there. So that's what happened.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Let's go into executive session for a moment. All right, anything else, Mr. McCollum?
Yes, Commissioner, I just want to pick up on Commissioner Kim's point, just to amplify the part about the petitions. The petitions, I've been at Community Board number 3, and they are scrutinized, and the net result was that there were 311 qualifying signatures. So we've all seen petitions, they can be given, sometimes they can be given weight, but it is a flawed practice. In fact,
I don't recall, were there any petition, I think, were there 1 or 2 signatures from the building? I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, go ahead. I think, did you have a couple from the building?
Yes.
I'm sorry? Out of how many units?
24.
Okay.
20 units. Okay, 20 units. And in fact, we have a gentleman here who is speaking in support, who is a resident, a long-term resident from 1983, in support. And the funny thing about it, which kind of undermines the whole petition issue, and he'll address it, is that, in fact, he signed the petition in opposition, and now he said he just signed it and he can elaborate just because he just wanted to be a nice guy.
Let's hear
He didn't really recognize the substance.
Yeah.
Jerry?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gerald Fahey. I've been a resident at 174 Rivington Street for 32 years. And he's right. This young lady, I can understand their concerns, because in the time I've lived there, in the past, since 2005, 4 other people have tried to open a bar there, and they poison the well for everybody. They come there like it's Studio 54 with a huge sound system, making a nuisance, outside, in the halls, running around, driving everybody crazy. But now I've seen these gentlemen, I can see they know what they're doing.
And what do you base that on?
Their speakers are so small, they couldn't possibly, they got so much more soundproofing than speakers. You know, I tell you, these people are lucky they don't live under me. My speakers are 4 feet high.
When we talk about noise issues, is it solely the music, or is there any issue with people entering and exiting late at night at 2, 3, 4 in the morning if they've been drinking
Well, they
all
have a
night?
separate entrance for the bar. They don't have to go through the residential part of the building.
I see.
However, there was some previous guys who rented an apartment and had the bar, and like I say, they really poisoned the well for everybody else there. They drove everybody crazy.
So you have no problem with them
I have
them
no
operating
problem,
till 4 o'clock?
I mean, I think it will be a good thing, because there's all those empty storefronts down there. I tell you right now, my landlord's going to rent that place out to somebody who wants to open a beauty shop who's going to sell heroin. I mean, I was there back in the day when that was all over the place there.
What floor are you on?
The 5th floor.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, even though I'm on the 5th floor, when it was loud before, you know, I could hear it. But, like I say, I can see...
Do you work at 9 a.m., or do you have night hours where you work?
I work 9 to 5, you know. And like I said, I've seen this place here, you know, it's totally different. The last guys, like I said, I went in there, they had a gigantic sound system, a DJ, and all this stuff like it's Studio 54 in a 10-foot space. These guys got a little teeny-weeny sound system, a little bar. I can see it's going to be quiet cocktail lounge, and I think, what the heck is the matter with that, right? And no, like I said, I know these other people over here, and they're concerned because they don't want to be kept awake all night. And, all right.
All right, thank you.
Chairman, I do have a couple letters. I don't know if they made the record prior to council. These are
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when I said 1 or 2 people.
There were 3 people here, and then we have Jerry who spoke on behalf. But again, to address, we feel we've eliminated the sound issue, and to pick up on your point about when people exit, my experience, and I think this board's experience, has been when you have a hard closure, it actually creates more of a nuisance outside the front of a premises. I was thinking, it reminded me that, you know, that movie Marty, where everyone's like, hey, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? If everyone has to exit at 1, 2 at a hard opening, it doesn't have that natural dissipation where people leave naturally. And if they've gone out late and they feel compelled that they need to leave, they're going to come out and say, what do you want to do? And they're going to languish in front, which is what we don't want. We want people to stay as long as they feel comfortable, and then just kind of dissipate naturally and just go into the community. And again, this is more about the community. It's not a NIMBY issue. We have 20 apartments. We have 20 units. We've got some letters of support. So that can go either way. So again, the gentlemen here, they're quality operators. They've done everything they've been asked to date. And it's the standards, it's not going to be perfection. And I think the board can feel comfortable working something with them.
All right. Anybody want to add anything before we vote?
Okay, go ahead.
Of the 20 apartments, 12 signed in opposition, 2 were vacant at that time, and 3 are elderly people who wouldn't sign for anything. I think there is, I don't see how there could be a public benefit, and we believe the 1 a.m. hours is a compromise because we really don't see the benefit to having this license.
So you don't see, I mean, given that they want to essentially operate as a lounge, isn't a 1 o'clock closing basically a denial? Because they're not going to be able to survive with a 1 o'clock closing, are they?
There have been times when stipulations have been imposed that people didn't, applicants didn't like, and yes, some people do walk away, and some people don't. You know, saying that we're NIMBY because we live in the community and want to be able to sleep at night, I think is not fair. We have a business area to the west of this that is, it is a bid, it is more commercial, and it's a nightlife area of the world. So what is the benefit of extending this further east in a residential area? As far as signatures being scrutinized by the community board, they're brought into the meeting. The chair during the meeting spends about 5 minutes looking at the addresses. It's quite clear that the SLA scrutinizes them much more than we do, and we appreciate that. As far as a place being previously licensed near a school, I don't think that's an argument. There are many things we have found, you know, when we scrutinize new licenses, things that were not legal, use of backyards, use of front yards, that happens all the time. So we would just like the SLA to consider our position as far as how this would benefit or not benefit the community. I don't know if there was, do you have nothing additional? Thank you.
Just a couple quick points. I appreciate your patience at this point, but I do have 2 other individuals who want to speak today. One is a woman named Helena. She was a neighbor where they formerly had operated, and she's going to speak to the quality of their operation. And additionally, we do have the woman who is, you know, you're probably curious about, because I was a bit curious as to what she.
All right, let's hear from them, because I want to move on. We've spent an hour on this, well, 45 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Helena Grant. I used to be a neighbor at 665 Fulton Street when they operated the establishment that they had.
When was that?
That was from 2001 to end of 2003. And then I moved up to 68 Lafayette Avenue. That's where I reside now.
So they were there a couple of years.
So, yes, Fort Greene was not what it is now. So, if anything, we were very concerned when we found out that there was a bar, tavern that was next door to us. So we showed that we expressed our concern to our landlord. Landlord spoke to them, and Mr. Luca Carucci came to us and spoke to us, expressed that he was, he was concerned. He wanted to make sure that we are comfortable. Didn't want us to leave the place because of any problems, and assured us it was going to be fine. And in truth, I have to tell you, they made the neighborhood much safer because there were the bouncers outside. Whenever I came home late, there was people that I knew. They were very, very welcoming to us, and also they used to have, I met most of my friends actually at their place, the Fort Greene people. There were some artists that show there. That's where I met them, and they were really responsible people, very responsible. We never had any problems with them. We never had the police to show there. We never had any problems. We were reluctant about frequenting the place in the beginning, but eventually we gave in and we started going. That's how we met a lot of people. I think the difference, I live in Fort Greene now, and I would be concerned because there are a lot of traffic. There's a bar close to us. It's called Moe's, and over the weekends it's a nightmare. So I do understand their concern, but these are different. I mean, what sets apart the business is the ownership and what people want to do with it. These are not rowdy
So
people.
you first met them about 13 years ago,
Yes,
and then
yes, and then
how
we-
have you kept in touch for
We
this past 11 years?
kept in touch because later on.
You've had no work relationship with them?
No, never. My husband and I, we know them, know their family, the kids, and, because we then saw that they're really, really good people and people that don't want to change or subtract from the community, but to add something valuable. So if I can't vouch enough for them, if all business owners were like them, I mean, I would be, it would be great, The problem is the ownership. I think my my take on this is when you have irresponsible people trying to do just whatever they want to do.
All right,
Thank you.
Sorry about that. This is Alexandra Chapman. She's going to speak specifically to the public interest, that in fact there will be something unique and distinct about this that will provide a public interest.
Good morning. So I met Luca and Joe over the summer. I work at the art gallery across the street. And I decided to leave the gallery and ran into Joe, and he asked me to be the curator of this new space that he was opening that I had been hearing about all summer. So I'm really, really excited about it, actually.
So what does that mean? Is that a full-time position?
Yes, and I also have, I've been bartending to supplement my income through grad school.
So, I'm sorry?
I've been bartending to supplement my income.
So
I'm
your
gonna
position is curator. What would be all of your duties if this license is issued?
Well, I already have the first show hung, actually, and in the future, I want to work a lot with the community. There's the Clement Sotovillas Cultural Center. I've been in touch with the director there.
So would this be a full-time job for you?
Yeah.
40 hours a week?
Yes.
Just putting pictures on these walls?
No, I'm also going to be managing the bar.
Okay. Well, that's what I needed to
experience
know.
there.
I asked you what all your duties would be. So you're going to put pictures on the wall and you're going to manage the bar?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Exactly. And ABC No Rio, they have a photo studio. I've been in touch with them. The Bruce High Quality Foundation. Cliff Mott was an editor for Cracked Magazine. He's going to have a show there. I've been really, really excited about all of the things that will be happening.
Again, Commissioners, just to bring this to somewhat of a conclusion, Ms. Chapman, the way it was described to me, and it did come across as genuine, is that, yes, you need to build a better mousetrap, and by rotating different artists that Ms. Chapman has a connection to, it will be a destination location, and that's what they're looking for. They want to be mixed in with everyone and all the loud nightlife. People may want to come here specifically. They'll be friends. They're going to come in. They're going to talk about the artwork, the art, and they're going to talk about whatever they'd like to talk about. That's really what they want to be, a successful social lounge that will not be a nuisance. And just one policy consideration for the board here. Again, I've run into this at other boards that we don't want to license a location because it's never been licensed before. And then you're limited there. And now we have a location that they found that they thought was ideal that was previously licensed with a 4 a.m., and now that may be off limits. So again, there are policy concerns here because I understand the policy. Let's not convert everything to a nightlife. But the fact of the matter is they found a location that seemed to satisfy that master, and here we are today.
All right. All right. Where to go?
Yep. The residents and the argument based on the hours is reasonable. 1 o'clock on the weekends, no, actually the 3 you said you would go on the weekends?
That's correct. Again,
It's really the weekdays. I'm more apt to extend it a little on the Friday and Saturday, maybe even Thursday, but not the weekdays. The weekdays, I would say, if the community board agreed to 1 o'clock on the weekdays, and extend till 2 on the weekends. Because, first of all, in that location, you have quite a few individuals who opposed it that reside in the building. The individuals that are here present, and it's not that big of a, it's only 24 apartments in the building. And to have 12 that you already know oppose the license altogether, I think it's even going out on a limb just to extend it for the weekends, to start out. It's going to be a bar. I mean, the artwork is really going to be secondary. And if anyone's going there to look at art, they can look at it before 1 a.m. So I would only extend till the 2 on Friday, Saturday.
Well, if I can speak before the other commissioners vote. Again, the art, it's not an artist gallery. It's just a theme. It's a theme that's there. But it is legitimate, and it will be a focal point that may we want to drive traffic.
You're just repeating yourself now. I'd like to move on.
Mm-hmm.
So normally, the fact that it was previously licensed, I think, it does warrant consideration. I actually do agree with Commissioner Green on the hours of 1 a.m. during the week, Sunday through Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I could see it going to 2 a.m.
Yeah, and I agree with my fellow commissioners. this is a 500-foot case, and I think that there's nobody in this room who wouldn't think that we're undersupplied in terms of bars on the Lower East Side. So I think the 1 o'clock and the 2 o'clock is very reasonable, given too that this is in a residential building on a largely residential street. So I would agree with my fellow commissioners. 2 o'clock Friday and Saturday, 1 o'clock the rest of the week.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Or
Just
Go Friday and Saturday. People got to work Friday.
Again, if I could just speak to one of your earlier points, Commissioner, I know it's on the table presently, but you did touch upon, if they don't have the ability to compete with those hours on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they will fail. They will fail.
Well, they may want to walk away from this, but you can't convince me that the public interest demands that we have another bar on the Lower East Side that goes till 3 or 4 o'clock. You're not going to convince me. Maybe you've got a shot with the other commissioners. But given all the issues we've had in that area, I think, yes, the prior owner was open till 4 because they had a license that had been issued a number of years ago. But we do have issues on the Lower East Side with late night carousing, and everybody knows that. And we're not going to just totally jettison the 500-foot law in this situation. I think we're trying to be pretty reasonable. I understand your point, but the more you argue that 2 o'clock won't work, the more I feel that this is the kind of establishment that isn't necessarily in the public interest, because they don't need another place for people to be able to stay till 1 minute to 4 on the Lower East Side, in my view, based on what I've been hearing here for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I think my fellow commissioners were quite reasonable in what they're suggesting. Again, it may not work for your client, I understand, but 4 o'clock will not work for this neighborhood.
Well, we're not looking for 4. I mean, Luca is speaking in my right ear, and it's clear. Thursday is something which may be important because it is part of what they're looking for with the hours that you proposed. But again, 4 a.m., we're not looking for 4 a.m. We've never said 4 a.m. We're looking for hours that would make this a realistic business operation. And again, shame on them if they're noisy. Shame on them if they destroy the quality of life. There are consequences, and it's their investment. So they have a real stake in this, and we'll never know if they're a quality operator if they're not given the opportunity. So we've modified our position considerably. We're only just looking on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday position to extend.
I won't change.
Yeah, I'm not changing mine.
That's our
All right, so it's 1 a.m. across the board, and Friday, Saturday,
Yes.
2 a.m.
On 2.
All right, thank you for your time and courtesies.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll let the board know who Ms. Held. All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. What's that?
You can withdraw the application through me if you want.
We'll go. Thank you.
Prior to going to the cities, Council's office has presented a proposed emergency summary order suspension. It's been marked agenda number 2015-65B for license serial number Queens CR 1210840. They're issued to Car Enterprises of New York Limited, doing business under the trade name Perfection in Pure, New York. They're located at 6205 30th Avenue in Woodside. Presenting for Council's office is Associate General Counsel Amarato. I did email him, and he said he was ready. I thought he was here. Jackie, do you know what happened?
I just sent him an email.
I just said, are you ready? He says, yes. And that was right near the end. So.
I'll get him.
You drop something. All right, let's call something else.
All right, then we'll go to Albany then. All right, sorry, no, Albany. Buffalo, 63. Marcellus LLC.
Good morning to the board. This is Justin White appearing on behalf of the licensee Marcellus. Again, good morning. I understand our appearance here is requested as the result of a proposed no contest offer of $4,000 for an occurrence in the summer of 2014. We listened to the tape of last week's meeting, and we understand there were concerns raised by the board on the issue of whether this licensee had been essentially letting out its premises for the sake of partying. And I can assure the board that that is in fact not the case, and I wish to have the opportunity to explain a little further about the background of the licensee and what happened over the summer.
Sure. Go ahead.
Needless to say, my client has no license violation history. The location of the licensee is inside a Clarion hotel, which is approximately 2 miles south of the New York State Thruway. Its business is primarily focused, when it operates beyond the restaurant, into a banquet area. That banquet has traffic in the form of bar mitzvahs, birthdays, business meetings, and weddings. In this particular case, the so-called party that proposed to use the banquet area came on to my client licensee as a, quote, fashion show. And the licensee was told that it was a fashion show, and in text messaging to the licensee was told that the only additional people beyond the fashion show attendees would be friends and family of the persons in the fashion show. My clients are native Indians from the country of India. They are not, quote, street smart. And when someone tells them that they're going to have a fashion show, they think about gowns, they think about dresses, and they think about photography. They do not think about hip-hop, they do not think about thugs, and they don't think about fighting. So this whole experience that they had was very unfortunate from their point of view. They were frankly quite surprised at what transgressed, and it was they who telephoned the Onondaga Sheriff's Department to clean the mess up that had been created by these charlatans, by these people who misled the licensee by asserting to the licensee that it was a fashion show. My client is not allowed any such repeat of this, and he is now, quote, street smart sufficiently to understand that there are these unsavory elements who prey upon licensees, and he shall not permit any such occurrence at that premises again.
Counsel, your client actually, did they lease or rent out their space to the individuals?
No, the proposal was that the fashion show would occur inside the banquet area, which is part of the licensed premises.
But
and there
how
was going
did
to be an
they
after party.
obtain access? Your client spoke with them and scheduled a date and scheduled them to appear and to have access to that particular area.
That is correct.
Okay, so your client was aware that individuals were going to utilize that space. Now, to the extent he was involved with how that space was utilized is my concern. He's responsible to supervise that location and to know, just don't rent out your location to anyone and not know the particulars of what type of event, and if it's going to have security, what's the need to keep the location safe. You can't just allow people to come in, utilize the space, and then worry about it after.
Yeah, in other words, even if this were a kindergarten graduation party, the licensee is still supposed to maintain control of the premises. He just doesn't walk away from the premises, they hand somebody the keys and say, have a good time. He's supposed to have a presence.
And both Commissioner Green and Chairman Rosen, those concerns are understood here. I wish to point out, however, that if you look and read the police reports that are incidental to this occurrence, that were prepared by the law enforcement, what you read is that this kind of grouping or conglomeration of people that showed up late in the day, so to speak, at the end of the fashion show, were all people who apparently had been called in by people attending, saying, you know, this is the happening spot, this is where things are occurring. So, and much of it occurred outside the licensed premises. So what I stress is that this was a kind of a thing that quickly escalated from a fashion show and an after party to this is where everybody's going at the end of the night. And I understand, my client who's standing next to me, to my left, he understands that, and he didn't abdicate abdicate the premises to this group. when the group started showing up in the parking lot and cars started coming and it was far beyond what was originally there, he called out for law enforcement. So, but those are, this is a lesson. He's learned his lesson. He understands those types of problems can occur now. Again, a fashion show isn't something that you normally think you need police involvement or security for. It's normally a very benign event, but it turned out differently, and he understands that.
All right. We also have in our reports that the applicant didn't respond to the police when the police made attempts to contact him. Is there a reason for that?
Commissioner Kim, I can't respond to that. I'm not certain what specifically was complained about in terms of not responding. My client was the one who called them in. Maybe it was a miscommunication or something of that type.
All right, thank you. That's fine.
We'll vote now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
The fact is that this is the first violation that we have since your client's been licensed since 2013. Taking that into consideration, I'll accept the $4,000 civil penalty. But no, in the future, he's responsible for what goes on at this location. And so when he allows people to utilize that space, that doesn't free him up of keeping the area safe and the community safe.
Okay. I agree with Commissioner Green. I'll accept the $4,000.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning.
This matter is being submitted to the members of the New York State Liquor Authority on the Office of Counsel request their consideration of an emergency summary order suspension. The motion is made pursuant to 4013 of the State Administrative Procedure Act, and the proposed action is against the licensed premises known as Core Enterprises of NY Inc., doing business as Perfection and Pure, New York. Property is located at 62-05 30th Avenue. It's a one-floor warehouse building with a mezzanine level. The maximum number and the anticipated occupancy of the premises is 858 patrons. They're open from 4 a.m. to Monday through Sunday. They have an OP license as a cabaret and adult entertainment and topless entertainment. The licensee is Karen H. Wilson, and on December 12, 2008, she was issued such license. She's been operating under SAPA since December 1st, 2014, and the license is currently in safekeeping since January 8th of 2015. The premises in and of itself, the structure of the building in and of itself is unsafe for the patrons and the community at large. The public assembly license has been without a current certificate of operation since July 8th of 2012, which voids the public assembly license. There have been 5 violations issued to the premises in 2013, and 6 violations issued to the premises from the Department of Buildings in 2012. 2 of those violations remain open, which have invalidated their public assembly license. So the premises in and of itself should not be operating with patrons more than 75 patrons. That information was just obtained this morning and is not in our papers, but the counsel's office will move to amend its papers to reflect that information. Now, with respect to the operation of the premises, since 2013, 2014, and 1 in 2015, there's been approximately 30 calls for police attention at the premises. 3 of those calls involved the security guard members in and of themselves that were part of altercations. Back on January 5th of 2015, the police had to respond for a huge fight that occurred inside the premises, and it was the information obtained states that the patrons were barely beaten up by 5 security guards. On May 21st of 2014, the victim stated that he had a verbal dispute with an unknown individual and then was assaulted and beaten by at least 5 security guards. On April 29, 2013, police officers from the 114th Precinct responded to a call that a patron was beaten by a security guard. And on March 17, 2013, the police had to respond to a 911 call for sexual misconduct. A patron claims that she was sexually assaulted when she entered the premises during what was perceived to be a pat-down. Now, additionally, in connection with the premises, just to give the members an idea of the patrons who've been frequenting the location, on July 25, 2014, on October 31, 2014, a security guard at the premises was arrested and charged for criminal possession of a weapon when the police observed a security guard with an expandable baton. And on July 10, 2014, a patron who was attempting to enter the premises was found to be holding a loaded .22 caliber firearm. And on February 24, 2014, the NYPD arrested a patron who was attempting to enter the establishment with a loaded .25 caliber. Now, with respect to altercations in and of themselves, there are approximately 6 that occurred, if not more. There were others that were associated with disorderly premises, and the counsel's office has not yet obtained all the information in connection with the 8 other disorderly incidents. But having said that, on July 25, 2014, the police officers responded to a 911 call for an altercation that occurred between 2 patrons inside the premises. One of the patrons had to be transported to Elmhurst General Hospital for facial lacerations. On February 24, 2014, police officers had to respond to a 911 call for a shooting that took place just outside the club. According to the police records, the victim was shot in the torso as he exited the club and was attempting to enter into a taxi directly outside the subject establishment. On October 5, 2013, police officers from the NYPD responded to a 911 call for a shooting directly in front of the subject premises. According to the police records, the perpetrator was observed shooting a victim and causing his death. The incident allegedly stemmed from a dispute inside of Perfections. Both the victim and the perpetrator were patrons of Perfections. And on June 15, 2013, police officers again responded to a 911 call for another altercation between 2 patrons. On April 27th, another altercation in front of the licensed premises. The victim was struck in the face and the back of her head by another individual, was transported to the hospital, and required stitches to her head. March 29, 2013, police responded for a large altercation that started inside and continued outside the premises.
If I might interrupt you for a minute, Mr. Amara, we're here for an emergency summary suspension. You're talking now, you're getting into incidents now that happened over a year ago. What's the emergency right now?
The emergency right now is that their system, their security system as it exists currently, is basically non-existent, and the community and the patrons are at harm every time they're either near that place or they're inside that place.
So let's talk about the most recent incident, if you would.
Sure. That would be the February, that would be on January 5th, 2015.
If you would talk about that, please.
Yes. Police received the 911 call at the premises that there was a large fight between multiple patrons in front of the establishment. Based on the evidence that we received, it appears that one of the victims stated he was attacked inside the club by security guards. So there is the imminent need for this summary suspension.
Okay, and that's a continuation of the pattern that you've been describing.
That's correct. Okay. Right. In addition to this incident, again, they're operating without a valid public assembly license. Public assembly license is required so that the premises is being held up to code, both by the Department of Buildings and the Fire Department. And currently, that's non-existent as well.
All right. And your submission indicates that when the police arrived on January 5th, there were multiple signs that a very bad brawl had occurred, broken bottles, turned over furniture, and that no call had been placed by the establishment itself. Nobody working or running the establishment had contacted the police. That's not how they were notified that there was this issue.
That is correct, Chairman.
Okay.
That's the information that was provided to us by the police department.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Emergency summary suspension.
I agree with Commissioner Green.
All right, thank you. I also agree with fellow commissioners for this very comprehensive report. Thank you.
Back to Buffalo, item 65, Caleb LLC.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Gabriel Michael.
Good morning.
Yes.
That's it? Okay. All right, is there anybody in opposition to the applicant, to the application present there? I don't see.
There's no one present in opposition.
All right, thank you. You, any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Just have one question. So you originally had a approved license and then you withdrew it. Why was that?
But I didn't get the building permit from City of Rochester. Now I got the permit.
Okay, thank you. All right.
All right, we'll vote on the application.
I approve.
I approve.
Thank you.
I approve it also. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to add to the record, there is one store 0.2 of a mile away, but that store has been licensed for a few years now and has good sales, and the other stores seem to have either steady or increasing sales and are reasonable distances away. Thank you.
All right, in Albany, 62, 911 LVR.
Good morning, members of the board. Sean May appearing here this morning with Mr. Ronald Ferguson. This matter was held over from the last meeting. Yesterday I submitted some documents to the Secretary's office. Included in that packet was a letter from the Deputy Chief of Police from the town of New Windsor, as well as...
Forward them. I didn't see them, so I asked him to summarize it for you.
As well as certificates of completion of the alcohol training awareness program for the employees. And we also submitted a detailed outline of the video security system that Mr. Ferguson has installed at the premises. There are 4 cameras outside facing the parking lot, and there's a 55-inch TV monitor in the bar area for patrons and
Counsel, can you just
staff.
Step back. The letter you have from PD is from whom? And can you summarize that letter for me?
Sure. The Deputy Chief of Police, Richard Hovey, on January 2nd, 2015, referencing Mr. Ferguson's establishment, writes to the board. It says, please be informed that Ronald Ferguson, owner of My Place Restaurant, located at 911 Little Britain Road, has been in contact with me several times over the past 4 months to discuss his concerns resulting from police referral forms submitted by this agency. Mr. Ferguson has made progress in an effort to prevent future occurrences of disorderly premises and has, by effecting the following changes. He's increased visibility by adding better lighting in the parking lot to deter disorderly or criminal activity. He's made changes in personnel to help deter and prevent activity that leads to a disorderly premises. And he's also purchased a security system to monitor interior and exterior activity. And Mr. Ferguson has requested to continue communicating with the police department for assistance in the prevention of future problems at his establishment. And Mr. Hovey, who's currently the Deputy Chief of Police, will be the Chief of Police next month, and we're going to continue that line of communication with Mr. Hovey in the future to prevent any future incidents.
Okay, thank you.
I think there is some overlap between
Yeah,
this
I'm
one.
fine with I just want the PD to be
I think
aware.
there's some overlap between this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, there's just a long history.
All right, we'll vote.
I'm glad I needed the letter that you obtained from the police department. It shows that you are taking an active role. I appreciate that, but know this: even if you do have the police support, you have to be proactive. I don't want to see violations that, oh, you did call the police department. You really have to work on minimizing the violence that has taken place at this location. It shows that the police department is willing to work with you, and at least that gives me some comfort that you're being proactive. But like I said before, I want you to know that you have their help, but you have to be at this location. You have to have supervision. If you're personally not there, your managers, and that gives me at least some solace that you're involved with PD and they're going to work with you through the process. You've done extensive amount of lighting in that parking area, and that obviously was where a lot of this was going on. So I appreciate that. Your offer is $15,000, and that's in lieu of cancellation. I accept.
Thank you. So the parking lot, you said you have 4 cameras now aimed towards the parking lot? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, one to the far corner looking out towards the one light, one right directly in the middle, so that you can look like directly underneath where there's a handicap parking and people, they tend to stand and smoke, and one right by the side door, shining down so they can see who's standing outside by the side door and the cars, like 4 cars there. And then to the front door, to the street side, there's another camera that faces down so that when the door opens, when the people are standing out there, we can observe them also and observe the cars that are coming and going in and out of the parking lot.
Okay.
They
They've
have
improved the lighting there as well, you said, correct?
Yes, sir, we have.
Okay, so based on the deputy commissioner, was it the deputy commissioner you said?
Deputy Commissioner, Chairman.
Police.
Commissioner.
Police chief, yes.
Deputy Chief.
Statement, Deputy Chief of Police, and as well as the improvements you've made on the parking lot, I'll also accept the $15,000 penalty in lieu of cancellation.
All right, and I'll agree with my fellow commissioners, but I do want to caution you that as far as I'm concerned, this is your last chance. Lighting in the parking lot isn't going to help with respect to sales to minors and sales to intoxicated persons, which is also part of your history. So if any of this continues, I will be voting to revoke your license if you come before us. Again, I hope I don't have to, but just so you know. So I'll agree with my fellow commissioners today. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, we're all set, thank you.
Item number 2, Little Rock Restaurant.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Lawrence DiGinsanti for Little Rock Restaurant.
All right, we've got a draft of a written decision for you that the board will vote on today.
You wanted to comment?
I was going to say that the 4 typos were corrected.
I'm sorry?
The 4 typos were corrected.
Thank you. I approve.
I approve.
Okay, so I approve the decision too.
Mr. Chairman, there was one issue. When we were here last time, the board had graciously put off implementation until today. I was under the impression that I would have the written decision beforehand, but my conversations with Ms. Flug indicated that the board had to be sitting to approve. So I am just requesting 1 week till the 20th so I could file papers to appeal the decision, and the sole reason being that the decision is being provided today.
All right, I'm always happy to give somebody a little extra time to sue me. So that's fine with me.
That's fine, I'm fine with that.
Yes.
Thank you very
You've
much,
got a
Mr.
week.
Chairman.
You're welcome.
I will take care of that when we get to the next item. Item 45, KK Palmer.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi for the applicant, KK Palmer. With me today is Kupal Singh and Mr. Kuldep Singh. This is a request for reconsideration of a disapproval. The reasons for the disapproval, as indicated in the Liquor Authority statement, was the failure to provide demographic information, failure to show how products or services would differ from other stores. Also, that the two individual principals of the applicant didn't have any specific specific background in the alcoholic beverage industry. And I'd like to address those issues. I also believe size of the store itself was an issue with the members.
And can you also address the existence of King Cullen in the shopping center, how it's, we have information that it's closing down?
King Cullen has closed down.
Has closed down. And is there a new tenant coming in there?
I don't know what's going on with King Cullen. I don't know whether it was lost the lease or what happened, whoever's going to be moving in. The store does abut that parking lot, and that's a parking lot that it would be using. The actual entrance to the store would be on the parking lot, not on the street side, not on Jericho Turnpike. As you're aware, the store is on Jericho or East Jericho Turnpike, which is a main thoroughfare. Starts out as Jamaica Avenue in the city, within the city limits, and then goes out. It becomes Jericho Turnpike through Nassau and Suffolk County. So it's a main thoroughfare. Also, I want to point out at the beginning that the store as initially applied for was a 3,800 square foot store. I provided a diagram. The applicant would downsize that store, split it basically in half to an 1,850 square foot store.
Mr. Buscemi, your letter, you make a large deal of the fact that they're going to have this barcode scanner to tell the price, and I'm just confused because the ABCL requires them to have the price of the product right there, either on the product, next to the product.
Right.
So why would you need to go scan a barcode if the ABCL requires?
It's just part of it's part of the kiosk system, which would provide details on the product itself, which would tell you, what type of wine it is, what you can pair it with food-wise, also give you the price, and that would be for all products. Yes, it's duplicative of the fact that the price has to be on the shelf or on the bottle itself, but again, it's by scanning it, it'll bring up all the information needed.
Mr. Buscemi, could you begin your comments by addressing, I know my concern was this would be the fourth store on Jericho Turnpike within 0.6 of a mile.
Yes.
And could you start out by addressing that, because that to me smacks of saturation.
Okay, sure. One, and what would come off as the closest store, Alcamar Liquors at 151 East Jericho. That's almost 1,200 feet away. That store didn't provide any sales figures of the size of the store to the Liquor Authority. And I would respectfully submit that that particular store shouldn't be taken into consideration since it's refusing to cooperate in providing any information.
But this isn't about that store. If there's a store near there, whether or not they've complied, the public convenience demands that we take cognizance of the fact that there's a store 0.2 of a mile away on East Jericho Turnpike that sells alcohol.
Unfortunately, we're unaware of what kind of sales it does, and it could be a very substantial sales. I will say my clients did go into the store, Alcamar. We don't believe that Alcamar is serving the public. What happens in Alcamar is that, and the clients actually took a picture of it, from what they could see, the store is attached to the house. And whoever's running it, the manager or principal, hangs out in the house. There's a buzzer at the front door of the liquor store. When you walk into the store, there's no one there to greet you. There's no employee. And then after a period of time, whoever is in the back over there, again, my client believes it's attached to the house. They eventually wander out into the store. We just don't believe that's That's the way you should be serving the public.
All right,
That's the closest store.
if you would go on to the other two
The other
that
store-
are closest in on Jericho.
Certainly. Then I provided, my clients also shopped Lisbon, Mineola, Cordial, and M&D. And you can see what we have as far as pricing. And the Lisbon Liquors does have increasing sales, but you can also see that the price, they shop two basic products, Shvedka Vodka and Dewar's White Label. And you can see the distinction. M&D, which is a substantial store, it's a bit further away. You can see the pricing it has on the same product, the Dewar's White Label. They're almost at $39. You've got Lisbon, Mineola, and Cordial. They're selling the product substantially higher. And these are very, these are very price-sensitive products. You have the same thing with the Shvedka Vodka, where you'll have M&D at a price of a little under $17, and the other stores are in the 20s, close to the mid-20s, on a 1.75 on Shvedka. So we believe that you're dealing with a product that is price-sensitive to the public. You have, as an example, with it's not high sales, but you have, as an example, Cordial. I don't know how Cordial, as an almost a 2,000 square foot store, I have it down as a little over a mile away from and that's the fourth, I believe, yes, the fourth closest store, and that's 1.1 miles away from the applicant. Even from
I don't understand how you're saying your client is going to offer lower prices when we're talking about price-posted products of what is your client going to be doing differently with his $60,000 to bankroll this at his 18,000 square foot store. How can you say that your client is going to undersell all the competition?
I'm not saying he's going to undersell M&D Liquors. I'm saying that he's going to undersell Lisbon, Mineola, and Cordial. Their prices are extremely high. It's not hard to undersell someone that has prices so high.
It's price posted at $24.33 a bottle, and they're at $23.99, $25.99, and $24.79.
So is he going to give it
Your
away?
client's going to sell it below price?
Well, he's going to be lower than these prices. And if you can post, if the postings come in and there's a quantity discount to take advantage
So
of,
how can you
to bring
guarantee
it down.
that, though? It's not that he has this massive bankroll to go buying at the highest quantity discount, but you're standing here making the assertion that he's going to undersell all these people and their price-posted products.
Not all these people, these three stores.
These three stores.
These three stores.
So
I
that's
mean, look, this is,
so that's the new argument, that if somebody comes in and says, well, I'll sell it cheaper than that guy, give me a license?
no, what I'm saying is these stores, I don't feel, are serving the public with these kind of prices.
They're selling the product. They're selling the product at what they're paying for it, according to what counsel has just said.
Now the
I don't feel like
What is your standard?
well, I'm looking at M&D that's doing it almost at $39, and the other store is doing it at almost $43.50.
All right. Well, anyway, can you get on to your next point, please?
Yeah. So again, you have Cordial Beverage, which is almost a 2,000 square foot store, 1,900 square feet, almost over a mile away. I don't see how that store that's almost 2,000 square feet could be doing $300,000 a year in sales. To me, Cordial's numbers just don't make sense. You have Lisbon, which does show increasing sales, has been increasing each year. And again, you have Mineola, which is a decent-sized store at 1,300 square feet. For it to report sales of $250,000, again, for a 1,300 square foot store, it just doesn't seem like reasonable numbers to me. With regard to services, my clients are willing to provide services to the public that these other stores are not providing through rewards program to the public on products that the individual purchases. They'll be awarded points that they can redeem. Again, the kiosk barcode scanner for checks products, weekly wine and spirits tastings, home delivery service that they will be able to provide to the public. They also realize that this...
So you're representing that the other stores do not have tastings and do not have any delivery service? You're making those affirmative representations?
You didn't see any delivery service from any other stores, and they did check on the other stores as far as delivery service.
So they're saying the other stores do not deliver?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, and I asked them. I mean, I asked them to check it out.
Mm-hmm. Let's hear from your client. Let them say themselves that I want to hear what they did.
Yeah.
With respect to delivery service, which stores did they check?
Yes, we check. They don't have it.
I can. Please step up, speak slowly. And which stores did you try to get delivery of products from?
We went to like 3 stores. They don't have a delivery service.
Which ones?
You know, the addresses.
Now, don't show him. I want to know the names of the stores. He should know where he went without you sticking a piece of paper under his face.
Went to 151 Jericho Turnpike. They don't have.
And who else doesn't have it?
Other one is Manola Boulevard. They don't have.
And you, how did you determine that? What did you do?
We go there. We check we shopping there.
Yeah.
And we try to find out the delivery service they have. They don't have.
Okay, so that's 2 stores.
Yes.
Okay, and which store? And how did you determine whether or not any of these stores do wine tastings?
Wine tasting. One store I find they have wine tasting.
And who is that?
It's, I don't remember the code.
You don't recall? And which stores don't have wine tastings?
And the other store don't have.
And how did you determine that? You went in and asked them?
Yes.
And how many stores was that you went in?
I find they have wine tasting, one store.
And how many stores didn't?
Other 3 stores don't have.
Okay. All right. Go on.
We do believe that we distinguish our services from the other stores. Also, you've got, my clients have seen that there's been a large influx of Portuguese people to the neighborhood. You can see it in the businesses that are opened, the restaurants, the delis, and as part of, to serve those consumers in the Portuguese community, they would like to carry a variety of wine. They don't have specifics yet, but they feel approximately 10% of their inventory could be devoted to Portuguese wine and spirits.
All right. We'd received a short memo in opposition from Cordial Beverage, who I think had opposed the original application. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to know if you were aware of it, because it's part of our record.
Yes, it's a little letter.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. With regard, there was also mention of the demographics of the area were not provided to the Liquor Authority. I provided demographics in my request for reconsideration. Within that 1.5-mile radius, you can see that population has grown. And between 2010 population, which is was at 43,853. Growth into 2019, population will increase to 45,517. You have an increase in households as well. Household income in the area is almost $130,000. You have a median age of the area of 42 years old. You have consumer spending in that 1.5-mile radius of over $2 billion. Also, the Liquor Authority's disapproval mentioned that you have 7 stores within a particular range. I wish to point out that 4 of those stores are not on Jericho Turnpike, but on other main thoroughfares. You have 2 are on Hillside Avenue, 1 is on Glen Cove Road, and 1 is on Mineola Boulevard.
But you do have altogether 7 stores within 1.5 miles. That's a lot of, it seems to me, a lot of stores. All right.
Again, it is on a...
Can you wrap it up,
Yeah,
Mr. Buscema?
It is on a main thoroughfare, as I pointed out. I believe, again, that we differentiate ourselves by way of service and product that we'll be carrying to serve the Portuguese community, and I believe that public convenience and advantage would be served in distinguishing this operation from the other stores in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Huh?
I'm not going to disturb my vote of denying. It's still the fact that this would have been the fourth store within 0.6 of a mile on Jericho Turnpike. And just seeing 7 stores within 1.5 miles of each other, the area is obviously saturated. The sales are all over the place in all of these stores. The services that you specified doesn't seem unique. There's some stores that have tastings, there's some stores that don't, but you're not providing anything that would be different than what's already existing, so I still deny the application.
On a quick search of Alcamore Liquor's website, who I think you said didn't deliver, it says local free delivery over $40 purchase. So, again, I agree with Commissioner Green. I vote to deny.
Yeah, I also deny. I think the primary issue for me here is oversaturation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
42, Bronx Mofongo House Corp.
This is after hearing.
It's default.
After default.
This is a default. It's on case number 101741.
Mofongo House?
Mofongo House?
Yeah.
Is that? I thought this was on another.
This was a lapse of
Case
workers'
9.
comp. I believe it was a 2-week lapse before it was reinstated.
And the certified mail said the business is closed, right? It was
I wasn't
returned.
on this case.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just.
Yes, the mail was returned, but the workers' comp insurance has been reinstated.
Are they closed?
So they
Do
are.
you know if they're open? 'Cause
Yeah,
I thought they were closed.
I don't know. I haven't had any community. I saw it come up, and I know I had a case that I went to a hearing on
Are you sure?
back in November, October, November. I thought that was the case that was coming up.
Maybe it was one of the prior cases.
That will be on the next.
Must have been.
Yeah.
Is it 94035? Next board meeting. That'll be on the next board
Oh,
meeting.
next board meeting. Okay. I just assumed it was that case. I didn't know.
So
if
that's another same licensee?
Yeah.
All right. Why don't we put this over to them?
Yeah,
Sure.
So then, and in the meantime, you could check to see if they're still
see
operating.
if I can reach anybody on it. Okay. All right. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. So that's 127.
Correct. Item number 27, Brewster Venture Group.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Robert Bookman on behalf of the applicant. He's right here, Shahir Brewster, and with him is his wife, his mom, and his grandma. I believe there's some oppositions here today, so if you want to hear them first.
Yeah, I just have one question. I was just curious, the DBA, Apricots and Honey, Wine and Spirits, where does that come from?
Apricots and Honey is the name of the...
I'm sorry?
Apricots and Honey is the name of the actual wine store.
Would you come up with it?
Oh, well, it's a reference to tasting notes, but it's also a time where my girlfriend and I were eating at Italy, and we enjoyed tasting some cheese and wine and stuff like that, and I came up with the name Apricots and Honey. So
All right.
it's a tribute
Okay.
to tasting notes.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from any opposition now.
Good morning.
Morning.
And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andy Johnson, and I am the owner and manager of Blue Dog Wines and Spirits, which has been determined to be one of the 4 closest stores to the proposed business. I'm here to oppose the opening of the store, and I'll be brief and hopefully succinct. I believe that the market is oversaturated. In the last 12 to 14 months, there have been 2 new store openings in Mount Vernon, that I know of. One is Butchie's, the other is 21 Hill Liquor. And also there are 7 stores within about a mile and a quarter, mile and a half of the proposed applicant. Secondly, there have not been any significant changes environmentally, that is, population or demographics, in the town of Pelham or Mount Vernon that would suggest or warrant any new ventures or new businesses of this type. Mount Vernon has stayed in approximately the 67 to 68,000 population for the last decade, and Pelham has maybe changed by 100, 150 over the last 2 years, at least according to the census reports I could find. Third, and also importantly, the State Liquor Authority, to my knowledge, has also denied 2 or 3 applicants in the area in the last year and a half or so. And that, I believe, was a reflection of the market being oversaturated and not serving public interest. And those would be 2 stores. One is MVP in Mount Vernon. Another was the recent Pelham Manor Market next to BJ's. So I respect the consideration that the board took in reviewing those applicants and denying those applications, and I support a similar approach here.
All right, thank you.
We're just going to take a short recess.
I'm going to go through some
I'm sorry, we're back at item 45? I'm sorry, 27. Brewster Venture. We were in the midst of calling the opposition?
Yes.
Is there any other
Yep.
opposing?
Let's go. We'll hear from the opposition. Sorry for the interruption. Something came on.
My name is Sung Kwan, and I'm representing MVP Wines and Liquor. Not to overly repeat what Andy Johnson just spoke of, but we are Mount Vernon, and Mount Vernon's population has been relatively stagnant. As he mentioned, there were 2 new stores, Butchie's in 2013 December, 21 Hill Liquor, August 2014. There were 3 other stores since that time that came up that wanted to open in the Mount Vernon area.
How far are you from this proposed location?
We're about a mile away.
You say about a mile because we don't have you as one of the.
Well, I'm not the 4th closest.
Yeah, and our 4th closest we have at a mile. So what's the address? Perhaps could we check it, please?
Sure.
Could you give us the address?
16 East Sanford.
Right in Mount Vernon?
Yes. And according to my LAMP report, it says about 1.11.
Okay, 1.1. That would explain why it's not within the.
1.3 being.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So as I was saying, since this past year with 21 Hill Liquor opening, there were 3 other subsequent stores that wanted to open in the area as well. And I think right now, if we take a look at the overall market in the area, it is oversaturated. And what concerns me is that this store, Apricots and Honey, is not an insignificant size at 4,200 square feet. It's almost the size of a big box store. So I think that's worth consideration as well. Thank you very much for your time.
How big is your store?
We are about 1375.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm Bobby Tarasowski, representing Mount Vernon Liquors, and we're probably a little over a mile away, but in a straight line right down East Lincoln Road. Again, we just feel that the area is overly saturated. We just opened up 2 stores within the last year, and they're right on the Hutchinson Parkway, which a lot of our customers are now going. I guess in December they just opened up a store on the Hutch down by the Whitestone Bridge, 7,000 square foot store.
Which one is that?
There's one in the Target Shopping Center.
That was the one near the TJ Maxx shopping center.
No.
Okay, which a lot of our customers are now going on the Hutch down to their shopping, and that's picking up a lot of our business. And this is also going to be right off the Hutch, on East Lincoln.
Okay. Thank you. Remind me, I want to talk to you about Empire. As you're aware, Mr. Bookman, we have issued a couple licenses in this area pretty recently. So I think that's a legitimate issue that's been raised. If you'd address that.
Sure. All right, extra is for everybody. Sorry.
Hi. Yes, let me go through a few points of why we believe this is an appropriate application to be approved, why it's in the public advantage and convenience. The other stores, 2 or 3 who came today, are not even one of the 4 nearest stores. Of the 4 nearest stores, only 1 is in Mount Vernon. The other 3 are in Pelham, and the one in Mount Vernon is about more than one in Mount Vernon is almost a mile away in and of itself, and that's the only one. So they're not that close. There's plenty of space between them. 3 nearest stores of the 4 are in Pelham, which is across the Hutchinson River, across the Hutchinson River Parkway Highway. It's not only is it a different town, but it's a different neighborhood, and people do not walk from our proposed location on East Lincoln Avenue in Mount Vernon over to Pelham. They drive, and we have some study that we did, which I will hand up as well. concerning cars going by our location at various times of the day. And you'll see there's substantial amount of car traffic on East Lincoln Avenue. The point of all this is we have parking. We have, right in the back of our little shopping strip, considerable parking spaces. I gave you a picture of it. You also can see many apartment buildings that are right around the corner from us. These other stores do not have parking. So it is more convenient for the public to stop at our location, since they're in cars anyway, and pick up what they need.
When you say these other stores don't have parking, which ones are you talking about?
The four nearest stores.
You're saying none of those stores have parking?
They don't have dedicated parking.
Street parking.
They have street parking.
Street parking only. Right. So that would be unique and different, for this one. The ones that are beyond the nearest four who may have come here today, we didn't look into stores that were more than a mile away and not within the four nearest stores. I really can't speak to those. I can only speak to the ones that you reached out to that responded. And those that did respond, you can see from the four stores, their sales are either steady or increasing. The math for the 2014 year, since those were through the end of October, not the holiday season, if you do a 25%, 30% rule of thumb, gross for those 2 months, all those stores saw actually an increase in 2014 over 2013. So it's not an issue of concern, about any decreasing sales. They're steady or they're going up. We are also going to have a much larger wine focus and selection than these other stores have, including a large focus on New York State wines. He just did a trip to the vineyards in Long Island. He's developing relationships with the vineyards in Long Island. We think that's going to be an important part, of what we do. As far as the size of the store, there's about 3,000 square feet of usable space. I gave you a floor plan, which you'll see a large portion of that, quite a few hundred square feet, is devoted to what on the plan calls event space and seating. It's educational component. There's going to be a strong educational and wine tasting component here. While 2 of the 4 nearest stores do offer some wine tasting, it's the standard kind of tight little store where on the counter where you purchase your stuff, where you do your checkout, there'll be some wine tasting, on a Saturday or Sunday. We are planning to dedicate a significant portion of our space to educational programs, magazines and books, classes, and that is something that does not exist around here. There is a slight demographic change. I wouldn't say major, but there is a slight demographic change in Mount Vernon. The population, according to the census, has increased by 1.4% in the last 3 years. And it's not just that there is a slight increase, which is positive, but it's also there's an increasing number of young professionals who are moving in, and that is accounting for that price increase, for that population uptick. We also, within a 500-foot radius of us, as you can see from the picture that we brought in the back, have about 950 units within a 500-foot radius of this space. While there are
all the units that are in the area. Mark, the unit numbers, how many units are in that area, and this is where I'm located right here.
While there are liquor stores a mile or more away in Mount Vernon.
Did you say the residential unit is going to be behind the strip mall?
No, there was
it's in front?
Yes, it's directly across the street.
This is a new residence that's going up. Is it rented?
Yeah, what happened was this used to be, this used to be a nursery, and once upon a time it was 7,200 square feet. Howard Spring, who was the owner of this whole strip mall, couldn't get anyone to rent it, therefore he decided
The residents that you're referring to are located where?
Or within a 500-foot radius of this location.
Is there any new residences?
No new residential buildings, no. No, the point is that we're in a portion of Mount Vernon, right, within a small radius of us that has a lot of concentrated residences. The other Mount Vernon liquor stores are 2/3 to a mile or mile plus away from us in a lower-end commercial area of Mount Vernon where there are some old-fashioned liquor stores. That's true. But that's not the portion of the area that we're in. The portion that we're in is not overserved whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, as you can see, because the nearest liquor stores are not even 3 of the 4, not even in Mount Vernon, they're over the highway, in Pelham. To the extent that some people from our area of Mount Vernon want, decent wine or liquor, yeah, they might get in their car and drive over, to Pelham, and some of them may not anymore. But that's not, that's not the issue for you. It's their convenience, and their advantage not to have to, travel to, to Pelham, to stay in their neighborhood. And when they're out shopping, there's parking spaces where we have, which these others don't, and it would be more convenient and it's just to their advantage to have a store such as this that's not a typical small neighborhood store that offers services that others don't. We were going to be delivering as well. Again, 2 do and 2 don't, but they all don't. And we have a young man here who, I got to tell you, has put a tremendous amount of energy and effort and time into selecting a location, into preparing, for this. He will be leaving his current employment, with the Marriott Hotel. Should this be approved, it'll be full-time. The family is here because it's very much a family, family venture and business. He's a solid member, of the community, and I think it's all of those reasons argue for there is room for his type of store here, for sure.
All right.
Can you tell me the amount of space you said for storage out of the 40?
The amount would be 1,200 square feet.
I'm sorry, I was talking, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I'm a little nervous.
He's very nervous.
1,200 square feet would be for inventory and my little office. The rest of the store will be about 3,000 feet. That would contain, majority 70% wine, and the 30% would be spirits. What's going to take away from that number of actual space, and it's still one of those things I have to, when I get in there, I'll be able to see. Like I said, I'm going to have an event space that will also be do as storage for like vintage wines and such. The seating that you see there is just in case we have the tastings and events and there's classes.
Can you talk more about the events?
Well, events is the wrong word. They will all be tastings. I have about 3 organizations right now. Local Moms is one of the local communities that would like to do a wine tasting. I want to educate the people in Mount Vernon because in Mount Vernon, yes, to a certain extent they want to use the word oversaturate, but in that area where there is, everything is straight liquor. There's no education on any wines. No one is showing what we have here in New York, in the state of New York, as far as wines in the Finger Lakes and even in Long Island. I went to Blue Dog, and he has a great store. It's not to knock him, but he only had 3 bottles of New York wine. The rest is California. Some really great selections. But I want to bring the light to New York about what we have here.
So what percentage of your inventory will be New York?
Right now, I'm thinking about 24%, but once again, I have to do the numbers. It will never be lower than 15%, but there's just so many wines out there, but the more that I get involved and speak to distributors and see exactly what I can get in, because everyone's carrying different things. I mean, I personally have went out there to Long Island. I'm taking a trip up to Finger Lakes that I have scheduled to meet with more people, with brotherhoods and so forth, to find out what I can get into my store and talk numbers. I'm one guy. My grandmother and my Uncle Savano have helped funded this. I'm hardworking. I'm not coming in. I'm not going to be the fairways that you guys may know of. That's on the other side, and that's still closer to Pelham. I'm just trying to run a business. I'm not trying to take away from the community. I understand that we all need to work, and it's about providing. So I'm not going to try to overwhelm anyone with other than just knowledge and education. And hopefully bring
All right. Anything else? No? All right. We'll vote.
One of my concerns is the size of the store. You did mention that, 1,200 square feet is going to be storage?
Yes.
Because I know Lincoln, you do have residences. It's not very populated, but I know in that area you would have to travel quite a bit to get to Pelham, almost a mile away. I see the Blue Dog. That's what, 9/10 of a mile away?
Commissioner, also about 500 square feet is, if you look at the floor plan, which I gave it to you, is non-display. It's on the first floor. You know, it's the seating area, it's the tasting space. Makes it a bit smaller as well. He wants to have a dedicated space for that, so you're not just standing around on a counter.
You're going to be at this location?
I'm going to be working there day in, day out, yes.
Full-time,
Full
yes.
time. That would be my job.
Like I said, one of the issues that concern me is the size of the location. We just licensed a store. It was 1,600 square feet in Mount Vernon, and that was just in August of last year. I see it's a mile away.
Yeah.
It's difficult. I mean, you as an applicant is promising in the sense that there's nothing that bars you from getting a license. I'm just concerned about that location, the size of it. Because if you add up all the square footage of all the stores in the area within the mile, you're larger.
Liquor Rush.
That store, Liquor Rush, you know, that you just licensed in last August, he shopped there. It's a bulletproof store. It's mostly alcohol. It's mostly hard liquor. It's not what we're talking about here.
You and your client have been talking all about wine for the last 20 minutes or whatever. What about just a wine license? And that would, I think, at least for me, allay some of the concern about saturation. Again, we disapproved the application next to BJ's just a few weeks ago. That was in Pelham.
Equivalent to the
So
size.
we have been cognizant of saturation issues.
What has to say? Pardon? I just said he should listen to what you have to say first.
No, go ahead. Would that work? Because that would allay some of my saturation concerns.
I mean, we were talking about 30% alcohol, you know, hard liquor. It's not zero.
But 30% of a large store is, considering what the other stores are.
30% is not unusual. That's I don't see where that would be. That
was my point. That it was
very different. But you've been talking about wine.
Well, that's his law. Yeah, that's what his interest is.
If I may speak, when I saw the space, I just saw a location. I wasn't aware of the other stores that were opening up until.
Okay, but you are now. So what do you think of my suggestion?
Now. The size, I mean, I would prefer to be 70% wine and 30% liquor. I can minimize the space if that's necessary, if that appeases the people. I'm not trying to oversaturate. I've already spent, and this is I guess it's really no.
What do you mean by minimize the space?
Well, I mean, if I need to, I could make the back, if I could enlarge, the back space, I won't, I'm not looking to overwhelm and saturate. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I mean, I've already spent $68,000 just starting in the store, and it's just my family. I mean,
he would rather reduce the size of the first floor display space than to go wine only. If that would help as a compromise.
I mean, it's tough. It's just like Commissioner Green said. The applicant seems like he's done a lot of preparation and would be the type of operator we'd be looking for. The major issue is the size and the location, because we just denied.
Or what about another possibility? Your client has said he would have a minimum of 15% New York wines, which I don't think is that extraordinary a commitment, frankly. But what if it were wine and spirits, but on the spirits side he was committed to just New York State spirits?
That's fine.
So if somebody comes in and says, gee, why can't I get a bourbon? They can, but it'll be a New York bourbon. It won't be, a major brand.
All spirits, hands down, would have to be
New York State. And that's a great market now. You got some great distilleries right here in New York.
I mean, I'm so embedded in this in $68,000, I can't go back. So if I have to make that compromise and you guys respect it.
And that would be something special.
That would be something very different and
Yeah,
special.
in terms of public convenience and advantage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure the others may have some New York products, but it's
And they
not
do
gonna be-
have some,
But,
right.
but they can now sell all the Diageo products, and your client wouldn't be able to.
And that we were a destination place for New York State alcohol.
So if I want Johnny Walker, I'd still need to go to one of the other stores.
That's fine, I don't mind spending the wealth, you know. All right.
And if you accept that, then I'm not interested in limiting his.
Great.
So then it would be what, 15% wine would be New York? And then
Minimum
all
15% New York wines, minimum of the wine offerings. I
Right.
would hope you'd have more like that 24% that you threw out, but minimum of 15% to be in compliance with your license, and any spirits sold would be New York-produced spirits.
And you can keep the space.
And Granholm be damned.
Thank you, guys.
So I'll approve it with those.
Send you guys to the Middle East.
I still have some issue with the size of the, because you said with the tasting space, it would be how big again?
I'm
You
looking
said
at-
you would go in and eyeball it, but
Yeah, it's
I'd like
about-
to get a commitment on the size of
It's
that,
a
because
few-
that's part of the selling point, is that they're doing counter tasting, and you're going to do more educational
Looks like
tasting.
200 square feet.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and this is the thing, it's probably about, I would say, probably like 12 by 20 or something like that. Because a lot of this stuff.
By 20 is 240 square feet, so that
And
still
then there's a
remains.
seating area of about another 150 square feet. So you're looking about almost 350 to 400 square feet, which is dedicated towards, seating and educational, and tastings. That makes it much smaller.
So, yeah, I'd like to add that in, actually, a minimum of the tasting area, 400 square feet.
Yeah, that whole tasting seating area on the plans, right.
The seating area, that would be across from it.
Right, that's part of it. You got the plan in front of you.
No, I have the plan, but I don't want him to go in, and you said you were going to eyeball it and say, oh, well, maybe we'll just shrink it down and add more inventory side, so.
Interior design, one of my grandfather's.
So you're going to be held to this? How big? But that doesn't come out to 400, the way I look at it.
Well, I was adding 18.
It's about 190 plus.
I said about 350 to looks around.
Yeah, 350.
Yeah, 350 or so. Yeah, it looks to be.
All right, well,
That's at 180, and that's like looks like about 220 plus 180. Looks like around 400 square feet.
all right, so 400 square feet then.
Yeah, just give or take a few feet. Yeah,
Give or take 2 feet, okay.
No, a few. These are plans. Don't give me a violation because it wound up to be 382 square feet,
No, but I'd like it to be a minimum 400 square feet. Are you guys okay with that?
Yes, I would agree.
All right. Thank you.
And on that understanding, I'll vote yes, too. All right. Good
Thank
luck.
you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Item 33, E&G Liquors. Thirty-three.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Arhelio Rodriguez on behalf of the applicant, E&G Liquors. I'm here with the principal, Victor Hernandez, and his wife, Lydia Hernandez. This is a liquor store application. It's located on 1888 Jerome Avenue, which to be specific is 177th Street in the Bronx. It's underneath the 4 train, in between the Burnside and 176th Street stops. Before I begin, I'd like to pass up a map of the subway system of the area. With respect to the store, it's a small store. It's 12 feet in width by 54 feet in depth, for a total of 648 square feet on the first floor. There's another space for the basement, which would be used for storage, and that measures 12 feet by 27 feet.
I'm sorry, you handed up the subway map to show us what specifically?
I'm going to get to that right now after.
Can you just tell me?
Okay, sure. Pretty much, it was to address the issue of the saturation issue, and to be specific, it's to discuss where the fact that between the 4 train and the B train is an uphill area. So what I was going to explain was that, so for example, there's an opposition letter. This opposition letter is from J&W Liquors. It's on 1843 Grand Concourse. So that's Grand Concourse, which is the B and the D line. The point of presenting the subway map was that our store is located on Jerome Avenue, which is about 0.3 miles away.
Where the train runs.
Exactly. So these lines are parallel in the Bronx. And what I'm trying to demonstrate is that they're on paper, there might be a 0.4 mile difference between the Jerome line and the Grand Concourse line. But what's important to point out is that in between these lines it's a hill. It's a hill that's steep enough that at some points it requires a very long staircase. And I bring it up because it acts as a division between the Jerome line, the 4 line, and the Grand Concourse being the D line. There's a reason why the MTA, for example, built these lines parallel in the Bronx. It's because there's a division in between them. It's a hill that I walked, and I'm a pretty fit guy, and I was out of breath. And I point that out because the main opposition here is from J&W Liquors, and they sent an opposition letter. And I can address that their main argument is pretty much that the area is being adequately served, and I'll get to that in a minute. But before I even get there, I wanted to point out that we operate in different areas. So even though on paper, they might be 0.3, 0.4 miles away, it's actually a completely different market and different area, just based on that division. In between the 4 and the B and the D.
Other stores are located up a hill or down a hill?
So I'll be specific. There's one store on Grand Concourse, which is the opposition. There's also one store on Jerome.
The one 3 East 176th Street. Is that around the corner?
It's 2 blocks down and then around the corner. So
that's the one I'd be worried about.
Right. So I can address that. So pretty much, first I'll point out that all these stores, for example, the 4 closest and the 3 closest specifically, these are all very small stores. We're talking about one is 560 square feet. One is the one in question is 660 square feet. The first floor of our proposed store is 648 square feet. So we're talking about very small stores here. Next, I'll point out that with the closest store, the Jerome Liquor store, it's 2 blocks down and then around the corner. And when I say around the corner, I mean tucked in, which from our position, it takes away from the point of being on Jerome, which is being on getting the foot traffic and getting the car traffic. It serves the public convenience and advantage to be on that street and be visible to clients, to customers. No one is seeing this store. It's very deep inside. Anyone can miss it. I also point out that they did not respond to the request for gross sales. I'm not sure why. All I can do is speculate that it might be a negligent or absentee owner. I'll point out that all these stores in the area are bulletproof glass stores.
When you went by that store, was it open?
Yes, it was open. Yeah, so I went to all the stores in the area. So did the applicant. And they're all bulletproof stores. And I would point out that this would be an open store. We also, importantly, we wanted to just check to see what they carried, because, this area is mainly a Dominican and African area, and it's increasingly becoming a Dominican area. I was going to discuss a little bit about the demographics. As of a year ago, several news articles came out announcing that this area now has more Dominicans than all of, Manhattan, period. Whereas before, Dominicans were concentrated in Washington Heights and northern Manhattan. Now this is where they're concentrated in, and this is the heart of the area of the Dominican community. And we visited the stores. The applicants can speak a little bit to the fact that they went to these stores asking for certain products of, catering to the Dominican and African community. And I'd actually like them to speak a little bit about, how that went down when they went to the stores asking for certain products that cater to the community.
All right, we're good. Good.
Hi, good morning. Well, good afternoon. My name is Lydia Hernandez. In visiting one of the stores, which I believe was the opposing store of J&W, I went in and asked for certain wine brands for the African community. And the
Can you be specific?
Anajid, Amadullah, and then there was a couple others that I can't really pronounce the names, and by neglect, I left the paper in the car with the anxiety of coming here, so I do apologize for that. And also, the person who was working there had no knowledge of any African brands whatsoever, and actually had to get on the phone with whomever the owner of the store was, or whoever provides the liquors for the store, to find out if they even carried the brands. And the answer to all of my questions was no. And in respect to the other stores, I also went in. They were very forthcoming. None of them carried any of the brands either. And they were all, as mentioned before, they were all bulletproof. Two of the owners spoke Spanish, barely any English. So that wouldn't service the community of, the African Americans that live in the neighborhood. And then in the J&W store, it was, I'm not sure if it was Korean or, Asian descent, which didn't even speak clear English, which made it also difficult to communicate with. And so I don't see how that would help in a predominantly Spanish-speaking community as to helping them find whatever products it is that they're going to find.
And what are the Dominican products you're carrying?
They carried some of the popular brands, but Isidro was one of the most popular that we did a survey on people who live in the neighborhood, which they didn't carry. And Oliver and Oliver, which is a añejo brand, which is a very spicy.
It's aged.
Yes. So they didn't carry those two brands either. And they are brands that the Spanish community does like to have, especially in the holidays. And they didn't carry them. So, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. Yes, as my wife mentioned, we did visit it on separate occasions to the near locations, and neither one carried any of the African brands, which was not a one, but we specifically went looking for Wild Africa and Amarula. The closest store, which is Jerome Liquors, did not carry any of the African, and were not very vast on the Dominican brands, where we were specifically looking for Oliver and Isidro brands. They just did not carry any of those two brands. They were just familiar with the biggest seller, which was, I believe, Brugal.
All right, thank you.
And I'd also like to add that in terms of the way things are shaping up in the area has a very bright future, and we view this as a chance to get in on the ground floor. So, for example, in October 2014, the Department of City Planning announced a complete rezoning, specifically of the Jerome Strip, and so leading to several articles coming out saying that it's going to follow the path of I think it's called Willets Point in Queens, and there's going to be gentrification, and it's going to be it's going to look like a completely new neighborhood with high rises in the area.
Are there any new residences? Because that's pretty much like an auto parts. You find a lot of that in Jerome.
The construction is happening about a block or two up on each side, pretty much. So you're right. So the Jerome Strip, it has a lot of different, wholesalers, has auto companies, things of that nature.
But no new residences that are going on.
Well, you have to understand that it's underneath the Fortrain. The Fortrain, to be specific, the Fortrain is elevated.
In a couple of blocks?
Yeah, so a couple, like 2 or 3 blocks on each side. The Fortrain is elevated, and whenever that setup is in play, there's never new construction.
And you say it's going to be an open store?
Yes.
Okay, now all the products are available for the customers to, walk through. There's going to be no glass whatsoever anywhere. Other than the storefront. Okay.
And all the other stores are bulletproof?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Based on the fact that you are going to be an open store, that's obviously unique to that area. Are you going to be in the store all the time?
Not all the time. I will be taking an opening manager position and a closing manager position. I work 2 blocks down on 1709 Jerome. So I will be employing someone during the daytime hours.
Okay. All right. Based on that, it has to be open. If we go in there, all the products should be available for all the customers to walk through and pick up, and you don't have to go through, the glass to obtain product. Based on that, I would approve it.
Yeah, I'll agree with Commissioner Green based on the open design of the store.
All right, I'll approve it also. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
28, Meadow Wine and Liquor.
Members of the board, Speedy Murray.
Anyone in opposition? Step up if you are, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nija Hyung. Near the store East Meadow, my store name is M&J. I'm owner. I've been there almost 10 years. Past 10 years, already 3 stores open very near from me. Then, especially this store, just only 0.3 miles from me. And my store is used to be shopping mall. Now still shopping mall, but no more anchor business. Used to be PetMark was there, but they closed up last year. Then now empty. So many empty stores next to me. A lot of empty stores next to me. But we are very serious right now. But this past 10 years, the East Meadow population not grows well. But already 3 stores open after me, and that's why we are very struggling. Me and my husband almost every day, just before somebody say, oh, they don't carry certain stuff, but we carry almost every stuff because of we want to stay sale price. Even though just before Amarula, we carry Amarula. We ask the customer, whatever they ask, we gotta write down, we carry because of the people shopping my store. And then the new store, this time is very, very close to me. The address, my store address, 1947 Front Street, but the next of the East Meadow Avenue. The road is just close by Front Street and East Meadow Avenue. The store tried to open East Meadow Avenue, 293, the address. Please consideration. And my store also no basement. Now everything on the floor, everything, no basement. But the small streamer, they have basement. But our store is no basement, everything on the floor. Please consideration this situation. Please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll hear you now.
M&J, they are actually on the busier intersection, like there's Hempstead Turnpike. I'm further down the street, like more down on East Meadow Avenue. And they're like 2,640 feet away from 293 where I will be.
All right.
So I do not consider that very close.
So tell us about the kind of store you're going to have.
I want to carry mixed variety, a lot of wines, heavy drinks, mixed. I want to keep a balance, different wines from different countries.
Well, that's not unusual. Anything unusual about how you're putting this together?
Nothing unusual. I just want to keep the popular brands based on the population. I did the demographics. More than 77% of the population are white Americans, so I want to meet that population. There's some Hispanics, about 4,000, I want to carry something along the line for them. I do not have the names off the top, but I will maintain a balance.
What provoked your interest in opening a liquor store? What background or exposure have you had to this industry?
I have some really great family members that's into the liquor industry. So,
what aspects of the industry are they involved with?
liquor stores, I have a close family friend that has 2 liquor stores already. So I'm pretty much aware of.
You're not allowed to have more than one, you know that, right?
Family member with 2 liquor stores?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
She had a question.
Yeah, you said you have a family member who has 2 liquor stores?
A friend, family friend.
Who owns 2 liquor
They
stores?
manage 2 stores.
Which
yes.
Which stores are those?
ASB Wine and Liquors in Deer Park, and then he has another location in Huntington Station.
Do you know the name of that store?
That's Huntington Wine and Liquor. We're good friends with them, so kind of know a lot about.
Did they help you find this location?
No, I did it on my own.
Would this person be working in your store?
No, just me alone.
In the source of funds section of our file, it talks about you'll be using pension funds.
Yes,
For
I
this-
will.
But that's a pension from where?
That's from my pension plan, the company I work for right now, Cablevision,
And you've only been there a few years, though.
almost 7 years.
Oh, all right. So we had, that was 09. Okay, well, I guess the form just goes back
I also
5 years.
have financial backings for my husband. You actually have the documents
Mhm.
there.
What does he do?
He works for Schneider Optics in Hauppauge, Long Island. It's a filter maker.
You said before ASB Wine?
I think that's what it's called. ASB. It's in the Potmark Shopping Center
On
in
what
Deer
street?
Park. I think that's what it's called, ASB. Wine and liquor.
All right, you ready?
You said you're going to be at this location? You're giving up your position at Cablevision?
Definitely, because Cablevision has been downsizing for the past 2 years. Only in November they let go of 80 persons, so I do not have financial stability over there anymore. Just need to make a better life for myself and my family.
Okay, I have on right, it's going to be 1,200 square feet?
Yes.
And what percentage are you going to have your wines? How much?
At least
wine?
30%.
So everything's going to be spirits?
Most.
Oh, that's a different ratio.
It's to be flipped.
Okay.
Like, I will see how it's going, and, then I will know exactly how to carry my stocks.
The concern I have is just that I see the closest stores, they seem to be doing, on average, over $1 million in one and over 2 in the next. But they've suffered some loss in the last year and a half. Those are the stores you're going to be the closest to, which is about 4/10 of a mile. The next one is about a mile away. And what concerns me is that both those stores together is about 7,000 square feet of a liquor store in those areas. So really, the majority of product that you're bringing to that area is going to be spirits.
Well, off the top, I'm saying that, but I do not have the figures exactly. I'm going to give it a try, see how it's working out, and then, I'll carry a lot of wines. I know that for sure.
I'm sorry, can I ask how much parking do you have?
Oh, there's a little parking lot on the side.
Because this is a completely driving area.
Sorry?
This is an area where everybody drives. Nobody walks to the stores.
They drive, but this specific little shopping strip area
You have-
has a little parking over
You have
there.
on-street parking, or is it off-street
O-
parking?
Off the street.
And how many spaces?
I would say maybe about 10, 12 cars, maybe. It's very little, but, it's off the street.
What other stores are in this shopping center?
There is a Chinese restaurant, there is a nail salon, there is a laundromat, in the same exact shopping little strip.
All right. It concerns me in the size, but I think the distances are reasonable. The 0.4 of a mile, but they're doing over $2 million in sales, so I'll approve it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
I think, there's 5 stores within 1.5 miles that have over 12,000 square feet. And 2 of them have been licensed in the past 2.5 years. I don't know, I'm worried about the parking issue as well. Not only do you have the Chinese restaurant, the laundromat, you have a steakhouse here as well. Is that right?
Across the street, Major
Oh,
Steakhouse.
But they use the same parking?
No.
No?
on the other side.
So only on your side, the convenience store, nail salon, laundromat. So based on that, I vote to deny.
I'll vote to approve. There are 2 stores that were licensed in the past couple of years, but they're both considerably bigger than this proposed location. They're doing over $1 million in sales each, so they certainly would be able to compete. And I think that generally sales, to make Commissioner Green's point again, they're generally robust. So I'll approve.
Thank you,
So
sir.
you've got it. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Item number 6, Ray Deli Food Corp.
That's the last time I'm going to agree with you.
Too many more chances.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Victor Molina.
6. I'm sorry,
Ray's
go ahead.
Deli Food. I'm here on behalf of Orlando Diaz, the representative who filled out the application. Mr. Diaz was present, but he asked me if I could stand up for him and ask for an adjournment because he had to go to New York State Tax to get a business that was closed for failure to pay taxes reopened, and he had a 1 o'clock appointment and he wasn't going to make it. So he asked,
We also asked for the applicant to appear.
the applicant, he told me the applicant wasn't available, so he asked me if I could get an adjournment for the next
We'll put it
hearing
on
date.
for 2 weeks.
Thank you.
It'll be 127. You'll let them know also, right?
Yeah, I'll let him know. I'll let Mr. Diaz, and he'll let Kenya know the.
So it's January 27th,
January
the
27th.
applicant to be here. Mr. Diaz, of course, is welcome.
Oh, he also asked, he wanted to know what was the issue. I think,
The issue is the prior owner had a very bad history.
yeah,
And so we want to make sure the applicant understands what his responsibilities are and also explore whether or not there's any relationship with the prior owner.
okay, I'll inform him of that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And item number 5, Anna Salazar. I did receive a request, an email request last night from the attorney requesting adjournment as he was engaged in court, so I'm not sure what this is about. Sayer.
Item 5.
Hold the mic down. Mic, lay it down.
Yeah, state your names, please.
My name is Tatiana Santos. This is my mother-in-law, Ana Salazar. She owns a commercial.
Right. Does she not speak English?
No.
We should have an interpreter, because these are serious charges.
Chairman, I did get a request yesterday afternoon from her attorney indicating that he's engaged in court, and he was requesting an adjournment.
He's asking for an adjournment? The lawyer's asking for an adjournment?
Yes. He
Okay.
never contacted us. never did anything.
All right, so we'll put it on for January 27th, and also let's order
Another
a
interpreter.
Spanish interpreter. We'll have an interpreter for your mother.
Okay.
He also requested that.
Okay,
Okay, thank you so much.
thank you. So be back on the 27th, please.
Okay. The same time, 10 o'clock?
Yep, 10 o'clock.
Thank you so much.
Item number 7, East Delhi Grocery Corp.
You got 7?
Yes.
Victor Molina on behalf of the applicant, East Delhi Food Court. Mr. Algassi is present to my right. This is a grocery store application, and I believe it was asked to be put on to discuss the relationship between the overtenant and the subtenant.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So what is the relationship? Is it this gentleman
Yeah.
here is, what's his name?
Mr. Al-Ghassi.
What's your first name?
Abdul Al-Fattah Al-Ghazali.
Abdul. Okay, and your relationship with Rashad Al-Ghazali? Who is that? Who's Rashad Al-Ghazali?
He's the overtenant.
Right. So what's his personal relationship with him, besides being an overtenant? Are you related to him in any way?
I rent for a location for him.
I just rent the location. Okay.
All right, I'm ready to go.
Yep.
I have priors. Wait. Location. You didn't work for the prior owner at that location? Did you work for them or have any relationship with the prior owner?
For the no, I work there.
You worked there? In 2008?
2008.
Okay, so when you say you worked there, when did that start? When did you start working there?
I work when I rent.
I couldn't hear you.
I start work there when I rent. After I rent for him, I started there. Like 2000.
Yeah, I think he's saying just since
Yeah, since he took. Yeah, because I saw the priors and I thought you worked at the location. All right, I'm ready.
It doesn't, whatever you vote, I'm going to vote the opposite. Come down to Kevin.
This was
So you're- it's gonna be
disapproved, right?
nullified, whatever you do.
Terrible.
This application was disapproved, right? Yes? Yeah.
But is the prior,
Oh, this one. This is the prior one?
Yes.
Oh, okay, got
The
it.
prior licensee was availing? I wasn't sure.
It's the sub, or the over landlord, I gotta look.
Overtenant, yeah.
Overtenant had his license canceled and for availing, and then the prior applicant, Jerome Avenue Express Coffee Corp., was the availing, which is not this applicant.
Yeah, not this gentleman before us. Okay. That's what I wanted to clarify. All right, I approve.
I'm sorry, so you found out about this store how? If you didn't work there until he rented the place, right?
That's us. How did you find out about the store they're asking?
The store. There's some friend he told me about the store. I rented for him.
Said he found out from some friend of his that the store was available.
You have no relationship with Mr. Naji either. You never worked for Mr. Naji, and never worked for Mr. Al-Ghazi, and you're not related to Mr. Al-Ghazi.
Never.
Okay, all right, I approve.
I approve too.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Thank you.
30, DKK Wines.
Afternoon, board members.
The application says the store is just going to be 200 square feet. Why so small?
Because that's all the space available.
Well, you
And we
have
think
an
it-
internet model. You're right, you're going to be doing internet sales. Is that your main
Well,
sales?
we think that after our patrons, they're trendy young people moving into the neighborhood, so we think the store will serve as a storefront to let them know we're there, and then once they know what they like. We'll have a really robust online sale and app that correlates, and we just think people prefer to shop that way.
Is that an app that's run by you or a third-party service provider like a Drizzly or other?
Yeah, we're looking at Drizzly, but we want to develop our own app. We prefer to run everything ourselves.
You say we, is that you and Kenneth Gale? Or is
I'm Kenneth Gale
I'm sorry,
and Daniel
is that you and
Flores.
Daniel
I'm sorry, I
Flores?
didn't introduce myself.
All right, we also, there's no opposition to this application, President? Nobody's opposing it? Now, we do have another application. I don't know if we have anyone here on it. It's just been pointed out to me. That's calendar number 29.
The
That's
next item that was signed in. So
247.
Eddie Freeman?
247 Nostrand Avenue.
You want to,
So you guys are pretty close to one another, it looks like.
Oh, 29.
Right.
Yeah, they're in the same block.
Yeah, they're on the same block.
Away.
247 Nostrand Avenue and 296
Is
Nostrand
that like a
Avenue.
block away? I don't know.
How far are you guys?
How far is that?
Well, I think I saw his application after hours, and if it's the same one, I think he's about half a block past
We've got you both down for filing on the same time, too.
October 22nd on the same day.
Have you guys met before?
But I didn't notice the application after we filed. I just kept checking just to see.
Oh, wow.
It's his liquor store?
Yeah.
I think his liquor. We're just one. No spirits at all.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's going to be an open store, right?
200 square feet. Don't we have a minimum usually that we require?
There's no statutory
Right,
minimum.
no
The chairman's
statutory.
compared some of them to the size of his bathroom, but
That's 200 feet.
But normally we've had, what, about 400, 450?
I think we've probably done 300.
300?
My point out that we're the same exact size as Bed Vine and Brooklyn Cellars, who are friends of ours, and it's actually what inspired us to look at this business, and they're doing very well.
And they're 200 square feet?
About that. I think we're a little bit bigger than Bed Vine.
Bedvines was the one that I thought it was an adorable store that was right next to the restaurant, and they didn't have a phone. They were passing the phone back and forth.
Oh, yes.
Our other friend is Brooklyn Cellars, right up on Nostrand,
How,
closer to
was
Fulton.
it this small, though?
It was tiny. It was a very boutique-y.
350 square feet.
Oh, it's, all right, that's almost twice the size.
That's almost twice your size, so.
Yeah,
350.
350.
Yeah, I shop there all the time, and we're bigger.
You're bigger?
Yeah. I mean, we actually modeled our racks off of theirs, and we hold more wine. Also, we
Their racks come up to about here.
yeah, so we same racks as theirs, same island, and then we're doing racks for overflow, same style around the top.
They had art on the top.
They have art on the top, yes.
Now, you're going to continue to practice law, right?
I am, but I have a very boutique practice. I do election law, so
Yeah.
it's Sicklander. It's I'm part of the New York Democratic Lawyers Council.
You can have a manager?
No, I'll do the morning shift, and Daniel's a physical celebrity trainer, so he works all morning. He'll do the evening shift, and it's a small store. We think we can make it work.
Are the internet sales only going to be for local delivery, or are you delivering across the state?
I think it'll start out local. I mean, if we brand it really well and take off, I'd like to deliver across the state, but I think
Are you delivering out of the state?
no.
Mr. Freeman, now you've had an on-premise license in the past, but why a liquor store now?
Well, it's an opportunity because we have so much traffic and the demographics of the place. We're right by the subway, and I think it'll be convenient for the general public to come out to the subway, but all go home, whatever. I've been in business there for, this is my 36 years. I
Right.
have 2 liquor licenses already for my restaurant, club, dash, catering hall.
And you have somebody that's managing that, while if you get a license, you would be here at this location?
Yes, I live a block from this location. So I'll manage it, my daughter will manage it.
So you're going to keep that other location open, your on-premise? See, you had quite a bit of violations back in the day in this location.
Yeah,
Back in the days, we had some very unfriendly police officers. You see, I haven't had any in the last 10 or 15 years, probably.
Oh, yeah, just late renewals, I see.
Renewals. I don't know what the non-bona fide was. But there's no,
think
not the kind of thing I'd be worried about with a liquor
Yeah,
store,
no
like sales to
sales.
minor or in tox. I don't see any of those.
"36 years, I think we did pretty good, because we are the longest running club, dash catering hall, under one owner, one location. So that's because I control it myself.
You live near there, too. Is
I
that
live
right?
1 block away.
Yeah. I'm ready to vote. You guys ready? Let's start with, well, let's do 30 first. We called it first. We'll go in reverse order. So let's do that one first, okay? We'll do Mr. Gale.
I approve.
I approve. I approve it, too.
Good luck. That was for me also?
You're next. You're next. One at a time.
Okay.
One at a time.
I'm confused.
But it's a nice try.
And, this one is, what, 800 square feet, right?
What's your mix going to be between wine and liquor?
Well, our area is real, Bedford-Stuyvesant is hot now. And we're right at the subway, so whatever, I want to do whatever's convenient for the customers, for the general public. So until I can get there'll probably be quite a bit of wine, I imagine, because it's an educated community. And like I said, it's a half a block from the subway, so it is convenient for the public.
I don't know, I'm going to ask.
You all set?
Just a question, are you going to be an open store or bulletproof?
I have a bulletproof.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I like the gentleman before you is that it's an open store, it's something new that's coming to the area. Another one that we approved was also new, and it was actually an open store, and that was pretty much unique to the area. I don't know if you're going to be adding anything, and in addition to that, they were only wine. You have quite a few stores in the area that are, they have a complete license, and there's one that we just licensed in October of last year. And they're about the same size as you.
I'm just thinking about the safety of the employees. Safety of the employees.
Oh, I understand, to have the bulletproof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to have an open store if that wasn't comfortable and safe for your employees. But it's going to be pretty much the same thing that's already there. There are other bulletproof liquor stores that are there, and they're carrying the same product.
Yes, you have quite a few that are quite a distance from me. But that was a liquor store there before, years ago, as I tell the neighbors that I'm going to put a liquor store there. And I don't remember the liquor store, but I've been in the neighborhood for 56 years, so.
I think that counts for something.
Well, I love Bedford-Stuyvesant, so I'm straight out of North Carolina.
Nice. it's a block away. You said it was like 200 square feet.
Yeah, but the whole thing with being a little older is you have a certain maturity and a certain wisdom.
And he's been in the community. That's
Are you speaking of yourself, or?
I'm talking generally about people as they get older. They're more reliable.
I'm going to be on a
Totally
limb.
unreliable.
Yeah. I know.
What's
right?
that?
So Commissioner Kim is totally unreliable.
No, I'm not.
Out of
I'm
that
not.
age
I'm
bracket?
I'm over 40.
I'm just focusing on the older people, the older portion of the population. That's all. I'm not making any comments about those who are younger than us.
Okay. All right. I'm going to, step out on that limb and vote to approve it. You've been in that community for an extensive amount of time. You won't compete with the store that's closer to you, being that it's a wine store. You've been invested in that community, obviously, for decades, so I'll vote to approve, but you have 2 other votes.
Yeah, I vote to approve.
Thank you. Yes, and despite my comments, I'm obviously significantly younger than you are, but...
No, I don't think so. Well, maybe, yeah.
No.
He already has 2 votes. He has 2 votes.
I'll be 75 this year.
No, I think...
Wow, nice.
You're what?
I'll be 75 this year.
All right. No, you've got a good track record. When you were in the early days, you had some issues, but you have run a good place, and you've got a terrific stake in this community. So I would trust you to run a good place. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Item,
You'll get a letter from us, Tony.
Have a good day. Thank you.
You too.
item 64, Legan's Restaurant.
Try to be nice to people.
Bring it all together.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo.
So this is a corporate change?
This is a corporate change, actually, of the 100% limited liability companies. The interior company is actually being changed.
Yeah.
Interior company is 100% owned by a company named BGCRRC.
Was the community board notified?
Yes.
Okay.
And we appeared at the community board.
Yeah, and they have no objection to it?
Oh, Carter.
Carter's here in support of my application.
I thought he was just in support of you.
I don't think that's good.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. This was actually heard in conjunction with another alteration, and the alteration was disapproved, which was to add Sidewalk Cafe. Our concern here is, this is the Sugar Factory. The Sugar Factory is moving, supposedly. We have 2 items on our agenda on Thursday with the name Sugar Factory in them. This place, somebody has been told within the community, is already going to be a different restaurant, but using the same method of operation, and therefore won't need to appear before Community Board 2. My understanding for this corporate change was that it was all about the Sugar Factory coming in, and we're very confused as to what exactly is happening. And this is precisely the issue that we discussed when I had broached with you when this was before you, to add the Sidewalk Cafe, which is, this is just a constantly changing location that never comes back before the community board, and the name changes, and the operation is close enough. We never heard this when it became the Sugar Factory, which has a retail component, which I think is a significant change. They sell candy. We never heard it originally, and so we have concerns that this is just the beginning of the next phase of the Sugar Factory moving. This corporate change was presented as a part of the Sugar Factory moving here, and we're just very confused as to what exactly this is all about. And it sort of highlights the issues that have been happening in the meatpacking districts with entities that keep changing but never come back to the community board or to you. All you receive notice of is a trade name change, or the DBA name change. And so this is, we're not really sure what's happening, and we'd like to know. And just as an example, on Thursday, Sugar Factory, American Brasserie Meatpacking, LLC, DBA Young King Street, 135 Little West 12th Street is on our agenda. And then, and that's for Restaurant Wine. Sugar Factory had appeared a couple months ago to move there. This was Michelangelo Mambo, I believe, which had been disapproved in the past at this location. I may be getting the name wrong on that. And then we also have Down and Dirty Tacos and Tequila Bar Meatpacking, LLC, DBA Sugar Factory at 835 Washington Street. So this is, we're not really sure what's going on. There is a community board vote that disapproved this corporate change originally when it was in conjunction with the alteration of the Sidewalk Cafe. But we just want to highlight these issues as you're hearing the corporate change because it's precisely what's been happening within that area, and I wanted to come up here to just bring it to your attention before, which is one of the unique situations before all these other changes take place, and maybe even get some guidance from you on how to these other two applications, you know, how do we go forward when everything just keeps moving, and this is sort of a trailing corporate change.
Mr. Pillolo, can you add any degree of clarification to Mr. Booth's confusion?
I'm trying to use, sir.
What's going on here is that obviously there's a corporate change in front of you. That's the only issue, really. But Carter's brought up other issues. I have no problem speaking about other issues. Sugar Factory is trying to fit into the neighborhood. I think you know that. I think we've had numerous meetings with the neighbors, with the residents. We walked away from the Sidewalk Cafe after you disapproved it. There's been no Sidewalk Cafe activity whatsoever. I'm sure Carter neglected to admit that, to acknowledge that. Absolutely nothing has gone on in the premises that is illegal or untoward or anything, no violation of any sort. What we are trying to do, though, is figure out how Sugar Factory can work with the neighborhood and the community to coexist, which is why 2 months ago we appeared at Community Board 2 for Sugar Factory. Yeah, was that 135 or was that the other one? At 135 Little West 12th Street, which we thought was an ideal location for our location. We could move Sugar Factory there, put it at that location, which was larger, and it was a little bit more, in our opinion, remote, desolate. It was not met with approval by the residents or the community board, which forced us to go back to the drawing board. That same night, the same operators appeared for an application called Down and Dirty Tacos at 835 Washington Avenue. At that location, that application was approved. So we haven't moved forward on anything. We're just basically trying to figure out where Sugar Factory fits, where we don't bother anybody, where we can create goodwill among our neighbors.
So what's the motivating factor behind this corporate change?
Right now,
Yeah.
the motivating factor is to transfer interest on premises. There's nothing else going on. This is our location.
So, all right.
At some point, it may change. I mean, the lease only has a year and a half left on it.
Yeah.
But for now, and I understand Carter's concerned about what's going on in the future, all that's going to be here. All that's going to be here. We are on the agenda again for Thursday night. What we're doing there is now trying to move Sugar Factory to where Down and Dirty was approved. We'll put a different operation in the other spot, which will only wine and beer. And hopefully that'll be something that the neighbors will say, okay, we can live with this. In addition to that, and Carter could acknowledge this, Sugar Factory is offered to Carter Towers as a help to the neighbors, as a help to the community. So we are trying to fit in. It is a moderately successful operation, which we plan to continue. Continuation of a successful operation is going to involve making our neighbors and the community happy.
So Sugar Factory is a restaurant that sells candy on the side, or what was that about selling candy?
We have a large wall of candy items, and a lot of our confections are sweets, as well as a full menu.
And out of your 33-page menu, I'd say half of it, if not more, are drinks.
And half of those are non-alcoholic.
They can come in the non-alcoholic version, too.
But they're goblets. They're
Mr. Booth, does that help at all?
It does help, but you know we've already been told that if the Sugar Factory is moving, something else is moving in here, and they won't need to come before the community board because there won't be any change in the method of operation. It will just be a change in the trade name, and we're not. I mean,
I
we're not
don't
quite
see
sure.
any basis here on which we would deny this.
Well, that's what I'm trying to bring to your attention is exactly the problem that we've discussed and brought before you as it's happening, as opposed to talking about it, in the rearview mirror, that this is how these changes are happening when something else will step in place with a different name and some slight, just enough difference, but, without having any discussion. I mean, I think that, as Ms. Flug pointed out, that the drinks in this location, they're selling goblet-size drinks for multiple people. I mean, and for some reason, we will have community input on this on Thursday, but they're moving to a location 3 or 4 times the size will somehow solve this. I'm not sure how that will play out. But you're all right. The item that's here before you, it's our concern that we're just not really quite sure how this can keep happening, that there are changes with the corporate change, and it was explained to us at the time that the corporate change was specifically with the new partners was to bring in the sugar factory, but it seems they're already in the process of leaving.
All right.
I think they're fish tanks, not goblets.
All right, I'm ready to vote.
I approve.
I approve. Yeah, I approve. And again, if something follows suit that's improper, we'll entertain it.
Fully
but-
expect that. Fully
Yeah.
expect that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
61, Mr. Fongs.
You just missed him.
You just go outside.
Frank Blue just hit Carter.
Your attorney go outside too? Are you here for Yardbird? Is your attorney coming in for this, or you want to get him?
Is it 61?
61, but
Next,
they
it's going to be
left.
61 and 36.
36 is what he says.
They're both Mr. Levy's cases.
Okay. So 36?
Oh,
Or if
when he comes,
Mr. Levy comes back.
he's got to show up.
So are we doing 36, did you say?
Can't do either one until Mr. Levy walks back in the room.
Okay, so let's take a break.
Okay.
We'll take 10 minutes.
Mr. Fong's.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of Mr. Fong's LLC. I have with me Asa and Lucas. We were here at the last board meeting. After an extensive conversation, we decided that if we came back today with signatures from all the residential units in the building, you guys would consider our 4 a.m. closing time request.
All right, so how many units are there?
8.
And you've got everybody in the building has signed?
We've got 7 signatures in support and 1 abstention.
Okay, do you have you handed it up? So it's
I have
part of
them
the
here
record?
for you, in addition to 2 people specifically who felt so strongly about it that they wanted to write a letter as well.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
So there's 2 letters?
Just 2 letters.
Okay, and which one did you write and which one did you write?
I wrote both of them and they signed them. And I know there was a noise concern last time, and we talked about the bridge with the subway that runs right overhead, and Commissioner Kim drew a comparison to the West Side Highway. We actually have video and audio of what it sounds like when the train's running
Now-
overhead, if you'd like to hear it. I don't know that you do.
I know what a train sounds like.
I'd like to hear it.
The point is just that
This is what it's going to be like. Just so you know, when you'll be listening to,
the point was that the comment was made that the bridge is actually a block away, and it's actually a lot closer. It's really 1 building length away.
Okay.
So again, the request here was a 4 a.m. close, small
What
place.
was essentially the only issue with the community board, the hours?
Well, the community
Because
board...
we've got the letter with the stipulations that you didn't consent to.
Correct. That was our concern, the major concern with them. We were open to making some other concessions if they wanted. They weren't. This was kind of the boilerplate stip that they offered us. It's not a 500-foot rule case. They weren't crazy about giving a license to a place that hasn't been licensed before, although it's zoned properly for it. And for that reason, that's why they gave us that 12 and 1 number.
I mean, it is a residential street, aside from, okay, you got signatures for this building, but from the picture here, the whole street is tenements.
Sure. And we had 223 signatures from people in those buildings. We had 4 letters of support from people living in the neighborhood.
2 letters.
And we haven't...
I'll read them, too, so I'll split them with you.
We haven't actually run into any opposition yet from an individual who lives there. And again, we're talking about a very small space.
This is 123 Madison. Is that the same as 40
That's
Market?
AKA 40
Same
Market
address?
Street, Yep.
It's on the corner.
Okay.
I think that was community board's biggest objection, right? This was a residentially zoned area, and it was previously unlicensed.
I think it's worth noting that the community board actually had no idea where this was. This community board gets inundated with applications from the Lower East Side and East Village, and Chinatown and Two Bridges kind of gets left out sometimes. They actually had to pull out a map to figure out where we were after they had already made the ruling that, commercial zone, residential district, no, we're not doing it. We don't want it. I really don't want you to have the idea that the community board knew exactly where this was, knew the block, and said, oh, yes, this block doesn't work. And there are a number of other establishments kind of within this community board that aren't far away, that operate under a similar method of operation, 4 a.m. close 7 days, smaller place, bar, focus with small plates of food.
We've got the letter from the community board dated August 1st of 2014. Are your clients ready to commit to all the stipulations in that letter other than the hours? Maybe take a look at that.
I'm going to take another look at it,
Yep.
but first one's no problem. The hours we just talked about. Closing the facade, security guards if needed, soundproofing, non-commercial use outdoor areas, no alteration of
Does it have any facade doors and windows?
Right now, it's just like a dark abandoned.
No, I mean when you guys will.
We are going to put in a facade. For the last 15 years, it's been boarded up, and we would like to return it to the original facade that it was when it was built in 1900.
So I mean facade window or no? Like
Storefront window.
storefront window opening.
But
We will not open, they're just.
we agreed in the stipulations that they'd be closed. And yes, Chairman, to answer your question, all the other stipulations offered by
So
the community board.
you're prepared to consent to those?
Correct.
So when you say they're closed, will they be openable? Can you open them or no? No, okay. Okay.
Glass with aluminum casing.
Do you really need 4 o'clock every day?
We feel the neighborhood wants it. They all signed up on it, and,
Well, they didn't all sign. It's people, who didn't, not everybody in the whole world didn't sign the
The
petition.
most intimate people did. And look, if there's no business at 4 o'clock in the morning, they're not going to just keep the place open till 4 a.m. every day and pay staff for no reason. Again, 25-year industry vets in this city from the neighborhood.
Even on Sundays through Thursdays?
Combined, yeah. Combined.
Sunday through Thursdays, you still need 4 a.m.?
You have a big industry crowd, people who work at these places, and, often their off nights are Sunday or Monday or Tuesday.
we both like them. Sometimes we get off at 12 or 1, we get out of the restaurant and we want to go to another bar that's still serving food and drink, so,
None of these people in the residence have any business affiliation with you guys, right? They're not going to work for you or anything, right?
No, actually, one of the signatures I'll point out on there, which is in addition to the residential signatures, is the building owner right next door on the ground. That's in addition, that's not instead of.
Is that the printing one? What? There was somebody printing or
right
something?
next door, yeah.
But no business affiliations with anyone.
Ready?
Yeah, 4 a.m.
Yep, I approve with the 4 a.m.
I mean, based on the petitions that you've gotten from the building residents, I'm inclined to go 4 a.m. on the weekends now, but I guess if they all say it's okay, I'll approve.
All right, I do too.
Thank you.
You guys gonna take it?
I heard a footstep.
Item 36, Yardbird.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Again.
This is Yardbird LLC. The DBA here is Maiden Lane. And this is an application for a change of class from a tavern wine to an on-premise liquor license for an existing establishment. I have with me two of the principals here today. This premise is one of the more unique and interesting establishments in this neighborhood and perhaps all of New York City. It's a cafe wine bar serving sustainable foods that further this overreaching nautical port-focused theme. The food menu as well as the beer and wine menu currently features hard-to-find, obscure products. These gentlemen pride themselves on operating a mature establishment, one that caters to a crowd not interested in a loud, boisterous atmosphere. They have operated in accordance with stipulations from the Community Board and Block Association since opening, without a single complaint or violation. That's about 2 years' time. They seek to continue their operation while maintaining the same character of the space, but simply augmenting their drink menu. They've been written up in countless publications for their concepts, so they're not about to throw that all away and become another local watering hole should this be approved. The spirit selection and future cocktail list, if they have the ability to do so, will be eccentric, specific, and themed, furthering the existing focus of the space. This nautical-inspired port-focused domestic and abroad. As with their food, they focus on locally grown, produced, caught products, as well as those from small artisanal growers and manufacturers abroad. The same can be expected from their spirits offerings. If given the opportunity, they've identified some local distilleries that they'll carry, as well as some small batch obscure distilleries from abroad as well. There'll be no shot glasses in the building, no pitchers for large format drinks, and minimal generic spirits, if any at all. The neighborhood folks are truly passionate about their appreciation and love for this place, many calling it a welcome respite from the ordinary loud, crowded places currently that plague the neighborhood. At the community board, we had 315 signatures of support, including 171 from within a block or two of the location, 4 specifically from this building. Additionally, we were able to garner an additional 12 letters of support, including 1 from the apartment directly above, 2 from the building directly next door, and 1 from right across the street. On top of that, we received an additional 8 to 10 letters of support just this week, which I have here, which I can pass up to you. And we have 2 residents who are actually here to speak in support from the community, if you'd like to hear from them as well. It's worth noting these gentlemen live in the community as well, and so they have a genuine, bona fide, vested interest in this community and being good neighbors. If you'd like copies of the petitions, the letters, the new letters, I have copies for you.
I think the main issue is that they're so far in operation, there haven't been any violations or just negative disciplinary adverse history. But it seems that the community board is saying that they had agreed not to seek a change in class of its liquor license to a full on-premise liquor license back in, what is it, in their September 24th resolution?
Correct, and just to address that, my clients maintain that that agreement was never made. I asked the community board if they had a signed stipulation from them that indicated that, and they did not. They have the resolution. We've seen it as well. It became a point of contention at the community board meeting, and, these guys, I was not counsel at the time. They represented that it was their plan to eventually have a full liquor license, so that's not something they would be agreeable to.
But Mr. Levy, your clients just got their license last December 5th, 2013. And so how many months was it until they filed this class change?
That's not accurate. It was April of 2013 they got the license.
I see the license here says effective December 5th, 2013.
There was an alteration to include a sidewalk cafe, which happened more recently.
April 2013.
April 2013.
And when was this class change filed?
Back in maybe October.
So a year and a half.
I'm a little worried too. One of the upgrades they got from the community board was a monthly DJ. So I'm a little worried about if you're going to have an emphasis even once a month on music. Now you got people outside, so doors and windows will be open. I'm a little concerned about that.
We don't have a facade that enables any windows to open.
Mm-hmm.
The front door to the entrance, we built a second door for noise issues, and that's never kept open. The DJ we requested, which we explained to the community board, was, my partner Gareth has a lot of experience in music, and it was more of the type of music that we do is vinyl on like a Sunday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
It's very mellow. It's meant, we wanted to have a turntable in the space in order to play vinyl records. And the only way that we felt we could do that was asking the community board for permission. So we bring in almost 90% of the time, the person who is playing vinyl in the space once a month comes from the food or beverage trade. So when we have visiting winemakers, one of our wine importers, Jules Dresner, also was brought up in music, and he comes in and plays music. So they're always catered to a specific wine or food-centric day, something that we're offering. So
all right. So if there were a sidewalk cafe, noise would not be an issue. There won't be open windows or doors.
No open door. We do have a sidewalk cafe during the warmer months that was approved last year.
Yeah.
Nothing is open though. It's completely contained. We really soundproof the space. You cannot hear us outside.
Mm-hmm.
And the music would never be at a level where you could hear us. It's not that kind of place.
I think it's also worth noting that the food and beverage split in the space is 50-50. Which is more indicative of something that's leaning towards a restaurant.
Are there other sidewalk operations on this street?
The closest on 10th Street, no. On Avenue B, there is one on the block. It's called 26 Seats, which is about 4 or 5 doors north of us, and it's just one table that seats 2 people outside of the restaurant.
There is another out on 10th and A on the corner of the park. There's another outlet.
Because 10 is a somewhat high number of tables, particularly for those kinds of streets.
Well, we had agreed with the community board when we requested it. The previous establishment that had been their Life Cafe had sidewalk seating on both sides, on Avenue B and East 10th. We said we would only do East 10th, and we also did 2 tables less on that side than Life Cafe had. So total, Life Cafe had 16 tables, I believe, and we decided to do 10, which was a very candid conversation with the community where we said whatever you feel is comfortable, and that was what they offered to us.
Right.
The sidewalk there is very, very deep. It faces Tompkins Square Park, so it's very important, and I mean, there aren't very many places with seating on the park in that area. So.
Okay.
And you're currently open till 2 a.m. every day?
And the park is diagonally across the street, so that whole street, which could potentially be residential units, is just the park. So you don't have people that, could be even affected by this that much.
Yeah.
And the Sidewalk Cafe closes at what time?
It closes during the week and 11 on Friday, Saturday.
On your website, you have a link for cocktails. I'm not able to click on it, but
I checked on it, right? They're mocktails. They're not made with spirits.
We make with sherry or sparkling wine.
Yep. Move on.
I approve.
I approve.
I approve.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks. You too. Don't they have a reality show down there?
Is that all the appearances? Okay, okay, yeah, sure.
Offer of cancel on 1,000 bond, accept.
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 I had questions about the applicant's relationship with the landlord, and did we hear anything from the mayor's office in Hempstead?
There was a request for an adjournment, wasn't it?
No, I didn't have that.
Yeah.
They didn't show up.
I didn't see the request.
And the landlord was a former licensee.
Until when? When did
No,
that?
I just had a note, request for adjournment to today. Was somebody, did they request it in person? My note,
Please be aware my client, Ron Reyes, president, will not be able to attend the meeting that's scheduled on the 16th of December. Due to personal reasons, requesting the case rescheduled for the next board meeting. We put it over to the 13th.
all right. All right, so let's send him a letter saying we want him to be here, and if he's not here, the matter will be denied. I would make sure that's in the letter. So it's 127 to be denied if they don't appear.
This was a request to hold over to today. Did they say they weren't going to?
They're already closed, right?
Yeah, we can try to locate the licensee, I think.
I'm trying to see if they can get in. Send a letter one more time. Because it says it's closed, though.
We said we were going to send someone
I
out.
don't know if.
Did? Nobody?
Yeah.
Oh.
So the place was closed, you said? You said somebody went out?
Mm-hmm.
And the place was
It's
closed?
closed.
Oh, we've got it, I'm sorry, yeah. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
They said it was closed. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I had
Sorry.
in my notes.
All right, so
Closed.
so why don't we just cancel and bond?
Cancel and bond?
All right?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, the advisory.
Now, this is good, so you know where to go.
This is
Exactly.
It's wet and dry, yes.
We've got to keep this updated.
Definitely.
Approve.
Offer of 500, accept.
Accept.
My only, the only thought I had was, yeah, now it says none.
A letter.
Yeah, I would just do a letter. They haven't had a violation in 9
Okay.
years. Okay. Yep, please.
Offer of cancel on 1,000 civil penalty, accept.
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 Offer of 3,000, accept.
Accept.
Yeah, I just, the only question I had was why not 2,500? That would be the normal.
Because nothing within 9 years?
9 years.
Yeah, and they've had a good history. I don't know why.
So offer them 2,500.
I would do 25, and, you know, I don't see why they should be penalized more, because they have had a good record.
Okay.
All right.
2,000. That's a
2,000.
seasonal.
No, I had 2,000 also.
Yeah, 'cause it's
I thought the
seasonal.
letter was good.
Yeah, and it's a
I
seasonal
thought the,
license.
Put me at 3,000. I came down from what I had. I guess I understand it's seasonal, but that makes it even worse, I think, because it's a shorter time to get more violations. Anyway.
Does that make you feel better?
It does make me feel better.
It would mean nothing, right?
Oh, no. All right, offer 5,500, accept.
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 1,000.
15 is 1,000.
Yeah, to
We need
restore
to get the bond, right?
I just had cancel.
Yeah, I had cancel.
Just going to cancel.
All right, mark cancel.
Cancel, but, so we don't have a bond, right? So
Yeah.
cancel, that's what I had.
I mean, it looks like they're probably gone, or we can't get a hold of them, so why not just
Yeah,
cancel?
because it was a default.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
Got it.
agree with the cancel. Offer a letter of warning, accept.
They didn't return the license after the fire? So they already surrendered, right?
Yeah, but there was a fire.
So, all right, letter of warning. So, I was just,
This man takes a lot of convincing.
that's true. It's our fault.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
17.
Revoke and bond.
We have no bond.
Revoke. It's already been
Cancel.
canceled.
It's already been canceled.
It was already canceled, so I'd revoke for the record.
Okay, revoke.
18.
Request for reconsideration. I granted it and I accepted the 3,000.
Agreed.
Me too.
Grant the reconsideration and accept the 3,000. I grant the reconsideration and accept the new offer of cancel and bond.
Accept, agreed.
Agree.
Offer 3,000, accept.
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 Offer 2,500, accept. Come on. Go ahead.
I was going to send this back to counsel's office because I wasn't happy with the offer. The attorney came to me afterwards, and I actually spoke to Mr. Levy about this because I wasn't convinced of their defense that, our attorney never told us
Okay.
about it.
Want to return to counsel?
I had it marked. I had it marked to get them in, actually. I thought it was too low. I thought we should get them in.
He appeared here today, but this was not
Okay. Bring them in.
All right. So you want to make it easier to just have them come in and instead of returning it to council? You want to have them January 27th?
Yeah, let's do that.
Thought this was low. At a counter of,
Say 21? Oh, sorry, yeah.
21 is the one
We
where.
just did 21.
21 is the one that we're having them come in.
Yeah, we just did 21. We're
On
going
the
to bring them in.
27th.
We're trying to,
Yeah.
Billy Marks West.
Oh.
21 is the one where they're
Yeah, we
coming in on
accepted
the
the gambling.
27th.
We accepted the gambling.
So are we one off on all the ones that we've done?
You'll never know.
Hell no.
Uh-oh. Just
So 22.
500.
10,000.
I have 10. 'Cause
All right, I'll do 10.
Third time within 3 years.
On September 23rd, they get fined 6,000, and then October 16th, they were right at it again.
Yeah, less than a month.
10.
Okay. Counter, 10,000. Offer 1,200, accept.
Accept.
M2.
22. 24.
Offer 5,000, accept.
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 25.
I granted the removal.
I did too.
Yeah,
Approved.
the closest store is over 11 miles away.
Yeah, I agree.
6.
I said no because the landlord had availed of the licensee, of a different licensee, I think.
We had a question about
And we
how
canceled.
they found this place with the landlord's history.
Yeah.
Want to have them come in on the 27th?
It's fine with me, yeah.
Okay.
Let's get them in.
These cases of landlords who were previous licensees who were licensing out again, suspicious.
But again, it could be innocent circumstances too. I'm a landlord, I lose my license, I gotta get a tenant. So it could be a problem, but
Yeah, no, it could potentially, but it's just...
it could go either way, I think. And I don't, you know.
It's not an automatic denial, it's
He's
cause
really-
of concern.
It would be difficult if it, you know, because I balance that with my caring and my concern for people.
No.
Yeah.
You know what he's doing, right? You know what he's going to be doing? This is him.
I'm going to watch. I'm going to, because now I get my vacation time back, I'm going to take off every other Tuesday to watch.
Yeah, right.
And watch.
Work.
Send emails. That's other people.
Twitter.
But I get to write back whatever I want.
Is that how it works with other people? Yeah, okay.
Oh, no.
31.
You said bring them in, right?
Yes, they were to come in
Where were
and
they?
provide the menu and photos.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. Only the poor tourists.
But they're serving the alcohol all year round, right?
Oh, absolutely. We didn't hear anything back, at least. Nope. They didn't provide any. I'm gonna send one more request. What was this? This is the second. This will be the second
that's
time.
true.
We sent him an email. Maybe we sent him something like certified or, yeah. Because this, or else it'll just go on forever, maybe that'll help. At least maybe we'll get some response from the post office, if not from them. So 127 again.
Carry over.
32.
These people too are weird because they have, they mentioned they're going to be offering food, tastings, and classes, and their internet sales.
Yeah, all right.
All right, that's
127.
Okay.
My email from DeLuca.
I do have an adjournment request for 34.
Okay.
All right, let's
Just
put
to
on.
the next.
Hold on, I want to make sure I didn't see if I got an email. No, it was a different application. That's fine.
Okay. Yep, to the
Yeah,
27.
also,
Reaching out to the town, he's indicating that letter may not necessarily pertain to.
yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because the letter's also a little opaque. It's a little hard quite to
Mr. DeLuca stated that he put live music on the application in error. His
Yeah.
client never had any intention of.
Okay.
I'll provide his permission and with the adjournment request.
All right, so 127, please.
I know.
35.
Yeah, I was going to vote no. The 4 of the 5 closest stores are on the same street as the applicant.
Oh, I don't
in
have,
about a mile.
Yeah, they're all on Deer Park Avenue.
Yeah.
I don't have that one.
Yeah, you can take the file, yeah.
I don't have that.
Well, if you follow the reasoning from the East Meadow case, you would see their sales are very robust. 3.7 million, 2.2 million,
Just so
2.1
you're
million.
aware, we have another application pending for 759 Deer Park Avenue that just came in.
Oh, really?
Yep.
But that's a bit of ways.
That's probably further away than this. This is kind of right in the middle, smack middle.
Oh, this is, oh, yes, yes. I received this letter in the mail, too, in opposition. Okay. I'm running. I deny the application.
I deny.
Denied.
37.
I grant the reconsideration and accept the new offer of 20-day suspension plus $4,000.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Offer of $5,000, accept.
Accept.
MT.
No, it took me until now to figure out what MT is.
That's
Me
what I'm
too,
thinking.
right? Is that right?
But you know,
Yeah. Because you only used it twice, but yeah, I was like, what is that? Sorry. Me too. Got it. Okay.
That's texting talk.
Oh,
You're not
you
up
do
on
that?
that?
You know.
You're not up on that? MT is, that's like texting talk. Me too.
Got it. Okay, sorry.
I don't know who you. Well, stay away from that.
5,000.
I had 6,000.
What'd you have?
I had 6,000.
Yeah, I'll go with the 6. I had 75 because again on October 14th, on October 3rd we impose a penalty. On October 24th, the guy's doing it again. So
Okay.
I'll do your 6. I was going to go a little higher. I'll do 6.
Offer of $10,000, accept.
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 41.
What was the secondhand dealer's license?
You talking about 40 or 41?
41.
41?
The items that were purchased that were stolen were in very small amounts, but it was Prilosec, Enfamil, which is baby formula, and razors and candy, and things that could really hurt somebody if they're not the proper goods. Illegal stolen baby formula or Prilosec, and I just thought $2,000 was too low.
So, I mean, what is this authorized second-hand license? There's a second-hand dealer's license?
So you can buy goods from.
And he says he has it now, which he didn't have before.
I have no idea what that is.
That sounds weird. If it's the
Memo didn't even say what these items were. I had to look it up in the police report to find out.
yeah, if it's the products you're talking about, I'm sure you can't sell secondhand baby formula.
And it was only like 1 container of Enfamil or like 5 Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah, let's send it back. I'm for sending it back. I agree. It could, you don't know who he's getting it from.
And does that exist, that secondhand dealer?
Yeah, it sounds like a pawn shop, but you're not selling baby formula.
These are things you consume, could kill people.
Yeah.
They won't come back, right?
Eventually it will, but
Then you'll have new ones.
She'll have new ones.
43 and 44.
I had a counter offer of 10,000.
Yeah, I had 10,000.
This was one that, every 5
Yeah,
months they
yep.
had.
And it was an 18-year-old.
46.
Just because I'm older doesn't mean I'm not with it. I don't know why that shocks you.
That's hip.
46.
Offer 250, accept.
Can I say M.A., me also?
MA? No.
M.T.
MA?
I mean, it's a new one. I think you just invented it.
I'll tell you what that stands for. MA.
I got it.
We know what kind of texting.
All right. I realize with this group, I have to be, okay.
47.
I agree with 250 as the penalty, Secretary, Madam
Got
Secretary.
that. 47.
Oh, no. Offer 5,000, accept.
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 48.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
Accept. See, that never would have occurred to me.
49.
Offer 3,500, accept.
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 50 and 51.
Offer of 6,000, accept.
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 52.
I had a counter offer, revoke and bond.
Yeah, I had revoke and bond, and then Mr. Pimentel, his other license, is that a cancel and bond too?
Yes, they take no
Yeah,
responsibility
I didn't
whatsoever.
like that the letter denies the charge, and also they say, okay, we're going to do the cancellation so we can then submit a new application.
Mhm.
So I'm not interested in that.
Counter
either.
offer, revo, and bond. Got it.
Yep.
53.
Offer 3,500, accept.
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 54.
Offer 6,000, accept.
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 55.
Offer of cancel and 1,000 bond, accept.
Wait, 55? Oh, sorry, here we go. Accept.
Accept.
56. Offer of cancel and 1,000 bond, accept.
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 57.
Cancel and 1,000 bond, accept.
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 58.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I agree.
59.
I heard a counter of 7,500.
At 6,000.
Just the adverse.
Yeah, if we're going to counter, maybe
Yeah.
I'll do 75.
All right.
Just do it for 1,000, I guess.
75.
Okay. 60.
You're supposed to come in on this one.
Yep.
We can,
Let us send them out again. This one, they actually received the letter, though, right?
They were supposed to come in, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's try to get them in again.
127.
Or deny it, send it back. Try one more time.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got nothing. Let's send it certified, so we get something back at least.
Here.
65A.
Offer 3,500, accept.
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 Okay, I have no other items.
All right, we're adjourned. Thanks.
Thank you.